Good morning, everyone. I think we'd like to get started now, so if everyone could take their seats. And also, there are extra programs over here, over to the right, if anyone needs any. But my name is Dana Zellman. I'm an attorney with the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, and I'd like to welcome you to the workshop this morning. It's a pleasure to have you all with us, and we really hope to get some helpful and productive dialogue on E911 and wireless calling this morning. A few housekeeping things before we get started. We're broadcasting this workshop live on the web, so for anyone joining us remotely, you can submit questions to our workshop moderators by sending an email to livequestions@fcc.gov. And for those of you who are joining us at headquarters today, we welcome your questions for the moderators or the panelists. We ask that you raise your hand, and FCC staff here in the room will come over and hand you a microphone so that you can ask your question. And we ask you to introduce yourself, your organization, and your name as well. Please don't feel the need to wait until the conclusion of a panel topic to ask a question. If you have a question at any time, do not hesitate to submit it. Please just raise your hand and we will address it. The moderator will also try and get as many questions as we can during the workshop. Now I'd like to introduce David Turetsky, the Chief of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau, for a few remarks.
Thank you, Dana. Welcome, everybody. Thank you all very much for joining us today for the E911 Phase 2 Location Accuracy Workshop. We're very pleased to have representatives here from the public safety community, the wireless industry, and from vendors of both location technology and E911 call processing systems. I would especially like to thank all of those participants who will be presenting here today, some of whom have traveled across the country to lend us their insights. Today's workshop is first and foremost designed to promote a dialogue about one of the most important public safety issues to this agency and important to all of us here today as consumers. Ensuring that PSAPs, public safety answering points, 911 call centers, and their dedicated staff of 911 call takers have the best available and most timely information on where a 911 caller is located. When someone in distress calls 911 for help, they want it to arrive fast. Lives and their health may depend on it. Sometimes the caller may not know or be able to say where they are. That's why providing accurate location information with a call to 911 matters, and it matters a lot. We are here to assess the present E911 location accuracy landscape, share information and ideas, and discuss what more needs to be done by public safety answering points, by carriers, and by the FCC as well. We have generated important new information to help us move forward. For example, in the CSRIC, the Communications Security Reliability and Interoperability Council, which is a very important federal advisory group to us, we received a report this year based on a test bed that they created to evaluate indoor 911 location technologies so that we could all better understand what may be achievable, how and when, and a path forward. The CSRIC is undertaking further work in this regard. The Commission adopted the latest iteration of its current Phase 2 rules in 2011. Those rules were based on the needs of public safety and consumers at that time. But even since those rules were adopted, the wireless landscape has continued to change considerably. The American people continue to embrace wireless service, and now 38% of households have cut the cord. This success by the wireless industry in making their service ubiquitous and in replacing wireline service may in some ways have outpaced the FCC's rules as currently applied. Three developments suggest that current wireless E911 rules may not be as effective as they need to be to ensure that wireless carriers provide PSAPs with accurate location information in connection with all wireless 911 calls. First, even in comparison to a few years ago, there's been a significant increase in the percentage of 911 calls originating from wireless phones, and that trend continues to move upward. Consumer Reports estimated that 60% of all calls originated from wireless callers in 2011, and today in some jurisdictions, such as California, they report approximately 75% of all 911 calls come from wireless phones. Second, the majority of wireless calls now originate indoors. That upward trend may be most pronounced among those who use smartphones. According to one 2013 report, up to 80% of smartphone usage occurs inside buildings. And how does that impact wireless calls to 911? The San Francisco Department of Emergency Management estimated earlier this year that 70% of all wireless 911 calls it handles originate indoors. Yet, the E911 rules adopted in 2011 assess location accuracy based on outdoor measurements only. Finally, there are indications that the caller information public safety entities are getting may not include useful Phase 2 location information enough of the time. For example, the California chapter of NENA, CalNENA, recently submitted 911 call tracking data from certain jurisdictions in California. This data suggests that the percentage of wireless 911 calls in which E911 Phase 2 location information is delivered to PSAPs has declined in the last several years. And this data raises serious questions that warrant further inquiry, and I know that some of that will be going on today, and people have provided us useful comments and insights about what that information shows or doesn't show in the course of the process we've been going through. But perhaps more importantly, CalNENA states that E911 location accuracy problems are most acute in urban areas, where it notes that, quote, GPS signals are known to struggle to penetrate inside metal, stone, and concrete structures, or to reach cell phones outside in the urban canyons created by high-rise buildings, close quote. Accordingly, we believe it is now time to look at our rules and at evolving public safety and industry needs, and to make sure that they all still align. Before we begin, I would be remiss if I did not thank those who responded to our recent public notices seeking comment on current trends that may be affecting the provision and quality of 911 location information delivered to PSAPs. I also wish to thank those parties who have provided and continue to provide relevant information to the Commission on an ongoing ex-parte basis. All of your comments and provision of data have significantly helped to inform the topics of today's workshop. In sum, the Commission remains committed to E911 and to fostering a dialogue with all stakeholders. Our goal has been and remains the provision of the best E911 service to the American people, given all of the technological, operational, and economic realities. This workshop is an important step in that process. We also hope that this workshop will provide an opportunity for better public understanding of the underlying issues by stimulating a public dialogue among wireless carriers, PSAPs, technology vendors, and other stakeholders on the challenges and, importantly, the potential solutions to improve the yield and quality of E911 location information. Again, thank you for your participation. We also thank you for your patience, because this was originally scheduled to take place on October 2nd, but of course the government shutdown caused us to reschedule this workshop to today. And that changed a lot of travel plans, so thank you for your understanding. We not only look forward to working with you today, but we look forward to working with you on an ongoing basis as we move forward on this extraordinarily important task. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Turetsky. Now I'd like to introduce John Snap, the Vice President and Senior Technical Officer of Intrado, for a short presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give a short presentation here about really the call flow of 911 with wireless. I'll start off with a little bit just sort of an overview of where the elements are and the sort of the responsible parties along the way. What we have is we have sort of the different types of devices that are coming into the 911 network. We have the wireless devices. We also have the traditional wireline and the VoIP type devices. Those typically come into the network through different carriers are providing the services for those phones. It's coming in typically to then a service provider of some type that is providing the routing of those calls to the appropriate 911 agency. From that point, it then is connecting to the sort of the 911 service provider, which is working with the PSAPs to actually deliver those calls down to the PSAPs, and then we have the PSAPs actually receiving the calls. So it's a complicated system of many companies that have to work together for routing these calls down the path from the devices, from the handsets or the mobile phones or the wireline phones, all the way down to the PSAP. And much of this network was designed back in the 60s for wireline phones, and it's had to be made to work for VoIP phones and wireless phones along the way. And so a lot of what we see is how the network was built had to deal with these changes in technologies, where a lot of the network was originally built not to handle these technologies. I'm going to talk a little bit about a call flow. There's been a lot of talk about the time it takes for a 911 call to come in on a wireless standpoint, and why does that occur, and where are the time frames that occurs. So what I show here is a timeline of a wireless call, from when the call is originally initiated into when the call is being delivered all the way to the PSAP, through the stages of when the call where location information is being bid and when that is being delivered to the PSAP. So we start off here with a 911 call being made. It takes some time for this call to go to the towers through the MSC, channels to be assigned and to be set up on the network, a few seconds for this to go through. So it's then going to be being received at the carrier switch, and the call is going to be routed down to an element called a mobile positioning center, an MPC, or for the CDMA networks, or a GMLC for the GSM networks. This is a device that's either within the carrier's network or a service provider's network that will help coordinate the routing and the location of the call. So when it gets to this element after a few seconds, now the location is going to start to be kicked off. It's going to query the carrier's location determination infrastructure and begin the location, typically a GPS type of location. And so that's what it shows here on the bottom blue line. That begins the acquisition. So once that call comes in, the location acquisition is started. The next part is, so now in parallel, the location's being determined. The carriers has now been given routing instructions to now route the call from the switch to which PSAP or which selective router the call needs to route to. So there'll be a few seconds, for that call to be set up and get into that selective router. Now the call is going to be delivered down to the PSAP. And again, this will be a few more seconds to be delivered down. Typically, this is the slowest part of the delivery of the call because it's using MF trunks, CAMA trunks, in-band signaling where tones are being sent to set up the call. This could be 4 or 5 seconds to set up that. One thing to note is, and this will be important later, is that time as we're moving to next generation, that time to get from the selective router to the PSAP is being reduced. As we're moving to IP, as we're moving to I3, that call setup time, so the time from when the person hits the send button on their phone to when it rings to the PSAP is getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And that piece between the selective route and the PSAP is the longest delay portion, and that's the part where next generation has the biggest impact. So the call has now been received at the PSAP. We're noticing down below on the timeline that the acquisition may still be occurring. The network may not have determined the location yet. Typically it takes between 12, 15, and 30-some seconds to determine the location, depending on a lot of factors. So when the call comes into the PSAP's equipment typically will do an initial bid, initial query for location back to the carrier's network. They're going to go back and say, what is the location of the call? What is the person's callback number? What is the cell site they're coming from? This information will be queried. So they'll query out with this initial bid. In this example, the GPS location still hasn't completed yet. There's been a few seconds. So what they're going to receive back on this initial bid is phase 1 location information, what cell site the call was initiated from. That location is, it's available. It may be a phase 1 or may be a phase 2 location. It really depends on how long the call took to get to the PSAP how long it took to get there, and how long the location acquisition occurs. So one of the things I was talking about as we move to next gen, the time set up to get to the PSAP is shorter. So we'll see less and less times that the initial location will be provided back to the PSAP on the initial bid as we move to next generation, because we'll see the call setups to the PSAP even quicker. So that's one thing just to take note of. So now we're continuing on the timeline, and it's continued, and so now the location has been determined from the location equipment. It's been returned to the carrier, and now the carrier has the Phase 2 location information. There is no notification to the PSAP that that's been done because of the protocols, but it's now sitting there inside the carrier's network. So now on this timeline, we're showing the PSAP does a repeat bid. They're doing a bid sometimes later. This is if we say that GPS timeline is the blue timeline at the bottom is 30 seconds. So maybe in this case, maybe at 40 seconds, they're doing an updated bid, as we often call this, or a rebid for location information. It goes out to the carrier's network, to the GMLC or the MPC, and asks for the updated location or the last known location. In this case, the location for number 1 has already been determined, and it's going to kick off a new location for Phase 2, but that's going to take a little while to be returned. So it's going to time out, and it's going to say, okay, I'm going to return the last known. So this updated bid is going to return the location that was determined a few seconds ago, that location number 1. It's going to then return that back as location number 1 to the PSAP, and they're going to show the updated location. In parallel, we see on the bottom that the updated location has now been determined as being queried, and it's the network is trying to determine the location. Again, at some period of time in the future, this may be another 30 seconds later, the PSAP may do an additional rebid. Basically, it'll be the third bid. They had the initial bid, they had the first rebid that we had, and they had the second rebid. In this example, it's showing that there's a small timeout for this bid has about 2 or 3 seconds, that within that time the location number 2 has come back. So in this case, it's going to return the new updated location. If it had occurred slightly earlier, it would still return location 1. If it had occurred later, it would return location 2. So that continues here until the call is terminated. The PSAPs can either automatically rebid if they choose to. Some systems are set up for what they call auto rebid, which will do it either on a one-time basis after a period of time. That period of time can be determined by, depending on the call handling equipment, it could be an automatic time after a number of seconds. It can be determined by which carrier the call came in on, how long they want to bid, or it could be an automatic one being done so many seconds after on each call. One thing to note is the data that the carriers collect, the carriers that they return from the location, is not exactly the same thing that's always passed down to the PSAP. And this is based upon what the standards are providing. The location data, the XY data, is the same, but there's other supporting type of information about the location call that is sort of manipulated or converted along the ways because of the protocols and because of what is displayed at the PSAP. So when the carriers determine their location, they're actually determining how was the location done. Was it a Phase 1 cell site location? Was it a GPS location, assisted GPS? Was it an RTT type fix, something on GSM that's sort of a ranging measurement? Was it AFLT? And that's returned by the location equipment to the carrier's network. And that's really what's shown in the red arrow there. So it determines this location, what they consider really a position source. On the CDMA networks, they compute one type of information. On the GSM networks, they compute another type of information. That's sent down to the MPC or the GMLC. The GMLC then, the protocol between it and the alleys is only supports the CDMA type of location. So they have to convert the GSM forms to sort of fit the fields for the CDMA form, and that's sent over to the alleys. Once it's sent over to the alleys, which are within usually the ILEX network, the 911 service providers network, that's converted to another field called the class of service. And the reason this is here is because, as I talked earlier, most of this network was built back in the 60s and 70s when there was no wireless. So we converted into a field that's already there called class of service. Right now, 2 class of services are defined called wireless Phase 1 and wireless Phase 2. are the main ones that are being used. So all of these different types of location, what kind of fix it was, is either categorized as a phase 1 location, really a cell site location, or a phase 2 location, being an XY type of location. And that's what's passed down to the PSAP. The other thing that's computed from the carriers, and I'm going to talk a little bit about this one too, this to me is one of the most important fields that's being done. It's not consistent on how it's passed across, how it's displayed at the PSAP side, which is uncertainty. There's two values, one's called confidence and one's called uncertainty. But uncertainty, what it really does, it tells you how good the location is and how accurate, how much you can trust the location. Is it within, basically think of it, is it plus or minus 10 feet or is it plus or minus 500 feet? How big is that circle of location? And that's also passed down. The way the carriers compute this, the way the location technologies compute it, is it can be done in several ways. It can be done, to be more complicated, it can be an ellipsoid point where it shows an ellipsoid with a minor and a major axis and a radius. But basically when it's passed down to the PSAP, it just shows a point in a circle is what it's done. So that has to be computed because of sort of a limitation of the fields that can be passed into ALI. As we move to sort of the next gen, that can help a lot where there's more fields that we can be done. But that's sort of a challenge on how it's passed down. So I sort of said where you're limited on what's being displayed. This is sort of an example of the wireless ALI formats. This is sort of the California standard of the wireless ALI formats. And so this became, when we send from the ALI and we're delivered to the PSAP, this is, again, it was based on the 60s and the 70s. These are fixed field data text that we can put in here. We put them in certain fields, and this is how you can pass it to the PSAP. So on here, on this example, they showed near the bottom there's latitude and there's longitude, there's uncertainty, and then there's a confidence value. And I'll talk a little bit about the confidence value in just a second. But when it comes to location, what the value is, we often see location coming across as a point. We should never think of location as a point. We should always think of location as an area, because the location determination equipment is never going to be perfect that it's going to get us down to an exact point. Even if it's a very small point, very small area, it's going to be an area. And so what we have here is sort of a depiction of this, is when we pass a location down to the PSAP, or any type of location, we pass the reported XY. The other information that is very important that's included and passed from the carriers, and may or may not be displayed, and this is it's not consistent across the country whether it's displayed, is uncertainty. And this area of uncertainty, and along with the XY, really give you a location of where most likely the caller was within. So if it's a very accurate GPS location, it may be within within a few meters, 5 meters or 10 meters or less. And so that area of uncertainty where you feel the actual location is within may be fairly small. If the uncertainty is larger, if there may be bad geometry, or you're in the urban canyon situation or indoor location, that uncertainty may be much larger. This is very useful for public safety to know how big of an area, is it a dispatchable location they got, or how large is this area to try to determine where the caller is. So the actual XY may be where the reported XY is, or it may be outside. The idea is uncertainty provides you how much do you feel that the caller is really within the area. It's not a measure of accuracy itself. The actual XY, even though the uncertainty may be very large, the actual XY might be right on top of the reported XY. But this gives you how much can you trust that location to be able to dispatch to it. Confidence is another value which is often misunderstood out there, where you have confidence and uncertainty. A lot of people get the two, confidence and uncertainty, mixed up, which is very easy to do and makes a lot of sense. But confidence is really how much can you trust that the caller is within that area of uncertainty, just to make it a little bit more complicated. A lot of times that confidence value is varied. In reality, that confidence value really should be set to one number. I mean, if we made the confidence to say, I want to 99% sure he's within that area, no matter how good the location is, that uncertainty area is going to be gigantic, because if I want to be 99% sure he's within it, you know, if I'm a GPS location, I say it's a mile wide, he's pretty sure he's going to be within that area. If you say it's a 1% chance of him being within it, you can make that point really small, and the uncertainty area would be very small. Circle would be very small, but there's not a lot of certainty that he's within that area. So a lot of times that uncertainty value, or the confidence value is set to 90 or 95%, which is a good way. It gives a good balance on there. But that's something that's not consistent across the area, across all of the industry on how that's set. The other thing is that when we kind of look at the locations here, is you look at it, typically locations that are the longer the location takes is usually the better the accuracy and the less the uncertainty area is. As the industry first started off and we had sort of network-based locations, we would determine the location much quicker, but the uncertainty was much larger, and it was the value of it might have been to be able to dispatch to it was not as good as we get. As a lot of times as the locations become more accurate, it has been taking longer to determine those. So there's kind of a mix of all the pieces there. Well, thank you very much. That was sort of the last slide to kind of give an overview of the location technologies, and really understanding the areas around location being an area, not really a point, really understanding the ideas of uncertainty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. I'd like to now shift gears and introduce our moderator for this first session. Our moderator will be David Firth, the Deputy Chief of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. We'll begin with a few short presentations from some public safety and wireless carrier representatives, and conclude with a roundtable discussion on some of the issues that both sides are currently facing with E911.
Thank you very much, Dana, and good morning to everybody. I'm David Firth, Deputy Chief of the Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. Before I start, I would like to thank Dana and the rest of the Bureau staff and the audiovisual staff that have helped to set this session up for today and have done a lot of work behind the scenes to make this event possible. And they have been working tirelessly really since we came back from the government shutdown to make this workshop a reality. So I would like to thank them. As Dana said, our morning panel is going to cover PSAP and wireless carrier perspectives on how to improve the availability and accuracy of E911 location information. And we're fortunate to have a diverse array of representatives from both the public safety community and the carrier community to engage in dialogue on these issues. We're going to start with a series of short presentations, first from our public safety representatives and then from the carrier representatives. Following that, we will take a short break, and then we will have a roundtable discussion until the lunch break. During the roundtable, we welcome questions and comments from the panel members to one another, from the audience, from those of us, from those people who are following the workshop on the web. As was mentioned earlier, we have an email address, livequestions, all one word, no caps, at fcc.gov. Again, that's livequestions at fcc.gov for anybody who would like to submit a question by email. And then we'll also take some time during the roundtable to ask for questions and comments from the audience members as well. Let me now briefly introduce the panelists. We're going to lead off with Karen Wong, who is the Director of Public Safety Communications Office of the State of California. We will also hear from Lisa Hoffman, who is Deputy Director of the Division of Emergency Communications for the San Francisco Department of Emergency Management. Renee Hardwick, who is Deputy Director of the Horry County, South Carolina Emergency Management Department. Terry Hall, who is the Director of Emergency Communications for the York, Poquoson, Williamsburg Emergency Communications Center in Yorktown, Virginia. Terry is also the immediate past president of APCO and will be representing APCO today. And then Brian Fonts, Chief Executive Officer of the National Emergency Number Association. And providing the carrier's perspective today, we are joined we were hoping to be joined by 4 representatives. Unfortunately, Kelly Springer of AT&T was delayed in getting here by yesterday's weather in the Midwest. We're hoping that he will be here for the afternoon session. But we do have Gina Green, who is Network Development Engineer for Sprint, Ryan Jensen, Director of Technology and Compliance for T-Mobile, and Susan Sherwood, Manager of the E911 Network and Engineering Operations for Verizon Wireless. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start the presentations. Let's make sure that each presenter gets the clicker so that they can actually, if they have slides, can run their own slides. So if I know Karen has slides to lead off, if someone could pass her the remote control Karen, you have control of the remote control, and you have control of the floor.
Never get Oops. Hi, thank you very much. I really appreciate being here today. Let me get my slides on here. Okay, just an overview for California. In California, we have 37 million residents, 455 PSAPs statewide. We have 19.7 million 911 calls yearly, and 14.4 million are wireless. We also interpret 96 different languages in California. We've been tracking the wireless calls versus regular line calls for a while now. And in 2007, roughly 55% of calls were wireless. And then as of 2012, 71%. And by the end of 2013, we expect about 75%. So we see a continual increase of wireless calls compared to landline in our 911 systems. We also are tracking our Phase 2 and Phase 1 calls. You can see in 2009 we peaked with our Phase 2 calls at 60%, roughly 60%. However, back now in 2012 we were at 45% of Phase 2 calls. Whoops. We also broke this down a little bit to compare with our primary and secondary PSAPs. So once the call is routed from our primary PSAP to our secondary PSAP, we do get Phase 2 calls roughly 90% of the time. While we're really concerned about the delivery of Phase 2 calls, we do know that this is not the end of the story. We've been looking at the information with our call detail record and then also our customer premise equipment. And what we're finding is our customer premise equipment is lacking consistency on how they're recording when the Phase 2 calls come in. So we're looking at standardizing that in California. We'll be doing a new contract for customer premise equipment. We'll be including standardization of collecting the Phase 2 data so we can start getting a level playing field on our Phase 2 data as it comes into our PSAPs. We are concerned, again, about the Phase 2, but we do know that there's more to it than just the carriers. And I kind of went to this phase already. What we're considering as we're looking at what we can do in California for the PSAPs is the consideration of the PSAP equipment, time of the day, the call duration, and then the time it takes to rebid. And one of the items I want to talk a little bit more about is we had a Northeastern grant project in California where we were given $4 million for grant. We matched it with another $4 million. And we actually installed an IP network for Next Gen 911 in 13 of our counties, including 37 of our PSAPs. And by having our calls routed, location-based routed, longitude, latitude, as of September 2012 through July 2013, we actually saved 104 hours of transfer time for our PSAPs at the calls. So we know that the location-based routing is really something that we need to get to, and we saw a lot of success in this in our Northeast grant project. I also want to mention that this was only 56% of the time that the calls were actually transferred, or we received the Phase 2 information in 6 seconds. So as we move to next generation 911 in California and actually nationwide, it's going to be really important to be getting the Phase 2 calls, but it's also important to make sure that we have standardization with our equipment so we can actually track these calls on a level playing field. And I kind of went over this already too. The wireless calls could be routed to the correct PSAP the first time based on the Phase 2 longitude and latitude. And so for considerations in the future, what we would really like to be discussing today is the inclusion of a time frame requirements for delivery of the accurate Phase 2 location information, knowing that whatever that is, but it's something that we can all agree to in a very collaborative way. and then also dates in which the wireless carriers can meet the Phase 2 calls within the time frame. Again, knowing that it's not just the delivery of the calls, but we know that we also have equipment that actually calculates when we get the Phase 2 calls differently in California. We want to work very collaboratively with the wireless carriers as well as the equipment providers to achieve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Karen. And we're now going to hear from Lisa Hoffman of San Francisco.
Hi, thank you. Is this on?
Lisa, just make sure to pull the mic close to you so that everyone can hear you.
And the deputies used to say I could just open the door and holler and they'd hear me, but I do have a big voice, so I'll try not to be too loud. And I do talk fast. I actually was a public safety dispatcher for many years, so I do talk pretty fast. I'm here to talk on behalf of San Francisco's Department of Emergency Management 911 Center. Just to give a little background on our center, we process 1.2 million calls per year. We translate in 42 different languages. Just last year alone, we did 42 different languages. 38% of the population of San Francisco speaks a language other than English. So for us, being able to get accurate, quick information on ALI display from Phase 2 is very important. We've noticed a trend. We started actually taking our wireless calls in 2000, quite a bit sooner than almost everybody else. In fact, I think we were the first agency in the state to take our own wireless calls. We've been doing it for a very long time, and so my staff are very acutely aware of the need to verify and validate information, and they're very good at that. We've noticed a trend now that where we started, 2% of all of our calls were wireless in 2000. More than 70% are now wireless in San Francisco. Of that 70% of calls, 70% of those calls are coming from indoor locations. We do experience a lot of difficulty in San Francisco because, like I said, we're in urban canyons. We have a lot of high rises. There's a lot of dense population in a very small space. We're 49 square miles with roughly 2 million people a day, daytime population. So indoor accuracy and well, we'll get to it later, but vertical accuracy would be nice too, is something that San Francisco desperately needs. We noticed a trend about a year and a half ago that we were not receiving as many Phase 2 calls as we had previously. In 2008, 80% of our calls that we were getting were Phase 2. This year, I think we're down to about 20% in San Francisco alone. And I realize we're a little bit of a carve-out because we're such a unique area. We do not transfer our calls. We are the primary PSAP. We're also the secondary PSAP, but we don't transfer any calls, and we're also our own backup. So there's not any transferring that goes on in our city. We're one city in one county in a very dense populated area, so there's not a lot of transferring going on. So what happens when we get a call, the primary call comes to the dispatcher. We're answering this last year alone, not as well as I'd like it to be. We're at 88% of the time we're answering all of our 911 calls in 10 seconds or less. 10 seconds is not enough time for that call to get from the mobile positioning center and have the information with the alley spill come along correctly. So we're getting a huge volume of pseudo-ANI calls. Pseudo-ANI is a false information so that the MPC says, I'm taking too long to get the accurate information, so I'm going to go ahead and push it through and give you a fake number. And when the rebid occurs, then that information should come along. But because 85% of all the calls in San Francisco are completed within a minute and 30 seconds, according to our statistics, we haven't had enough time to get the accurate alley information. So for us, we know that there's a problem. We know there's a concern. We depend heavily on our wireless service providers who are our partners, and NENA, APCO, and FCC regarding regulations. But we want to make sure everybody understands we don't think it's one individual piece that is not working. We think globally we need to look at this and get a perspective where we can work collaboratively with the FCC, the wireless service providers, and the PSAP community to make sure that we're getting accurate and quick information into the PSAP so we can respond. I can tell you from a dispatch perspective, there's nothing more frustrating than being on the phone, and this is a very recent call we had, not to be overly dramatic, where a woman is trying to give CPR to her 3-day-old infant that if they're giving CPR, the infant's dead. and the dispatcher can't get a fix on the location. So she's not only trying to give CPR instructions, but at the same time she's trying to accurately get an address from a hysterical person who's trying to give life-saving instruction or life-saving CPR to a baby. So it's really critical that we are able to get this information, we're able to use it correctly, and we're able to get an accurate fix when there are times that we can't get the information from the caller. I don't think it wholly resides on the wireless service providers or the PSAPs. I think collaboratively work together to get the best product out there that's going to ensure what the public already believes that they have, the ability to call 911 and have us know where they are, and we have to be able to live up to that expectation. I do have one slide that I'd like to show, if you have that ready.
We'll see if we got the right one.
Just scroll down a bit. It's the chart is down. Oh, yeah, it's the next slide over. It says phase 2, phase.
Okay, so you just want the bottom.
Just if you scroll the bar over on the far right side, there's I could walk over there and do it. You'll see there are more charts on there. There are more charts on there. It's just a representation of our recent stats from we had supplied our stats earlier, and it was much earlier stats. I don't think that has. Looks like something's missing there. Okay, we can go on. Anyway, it really all it demonstrates is from 2010, when we switched over to the ECAT system, which is the system that the State 911 Office uses to record our data for 911 calls, and it just shows the trend from 2010 to present, what our wireless phase 2, or our total wireless volume was on a chart, our total phase 2 and our total phase 1. And the phase 1 is slowly eclipsing the phase 2. And so we just want to work with the wireless service providers, the FCC and NENA and APCO, to make sure that we get that information corrected so that we can better serve the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. And we will work to get the chart and actually get it into the record, at least for the workshop, so that folks will be able to look at it after the workshop's concluded. Sorry we had the technical difficulties there. All right. Next, we are going to move across the country to South Carolina, and Renee Hardwick, who is the Deputy Director of the E911 Center for Horry County, South Carolina, and she will give us the perspective from the Palmetto State.
Thank you. And thank everyone for this opportunity. I think it's very important that we take this opportunity for what it is, and that is to work together as partners and to move forward. I, too, like Lisa, was a dispatcher, and that's where I started out in public safety. It's where my heart is, and it's what I do every day in operations, overseeing dispatchers. We call them telecommunicators in Horry County. Horry County, which is Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, it's better to locate us that way. We're a very diverse county. We have 1,143 square miles. Of that, about 197 square miles are where the bulk of the population are. And it could be one thing this afternoon, and we could go to bed, 4th of July happens, and we have 300,000 additional people in our county who are on the beach. And when they have an emergency, that's where they are, on the beach. We have 40 miles of beautiful beaches in South Carolina. And unfortunately, that's all they're going to be able to tell us is they're on the beach. So this technology is imperative to us. And not only that, we have a responsibility to the citizens of our county and to our employees, because we have already spent millions of dollars in mapping and GIS in order to be able to translate this data so that we can properly find people in a timely manner. I'm fortunate in Horry County in that we answer our calls in 6 seconds or less. It's probably because we're a lot smaller and we don't have the call volume that Lisa has in San Francisco, but nevertheless I had to say that we did that, Lisa. So, yeah, just a little bit. But our dispatchers have an expectation that we've spent that money and that they'll be able to use that technology to do what it needs to do. And when it doesn't work, we go backwards. And technology is way too advanced in our country, in our world today, personal and professionally, for us to go backwards with anything with technology. And that's what happens when they can't get the information they need, then they revert to looking at a map. Remember, I said our county was 1,143 square miles, which much of it is farmland. and people get hurt on farms. So it's very important to that. We have a responsibility to the people who answer those phones also. As Lisa spoke about having the mother of the child on the phone who can't breathe, there is nothing more traumatic than listening to someone die on the phone. I'm not trying to be over dramatic either. It is a reality of what we do. People don't call us to tell us they're having a great day. They call us when they're having an emergency, and they can't always tell us where they are. I venture to say that most people who have only wireline can't tell us how to get to their homes. Most people don't read street signs. So technology becomes more and more important in what is really a simple thing, and that's the 911 that you call for it. Everything is complicated after that. So I would ask that we do continue to work together, and so that we could get around these issues, or not around them, we could fix them to move forward with next gen. And I will also say to you that telecommunicators are highly adaptable individuals. If they were sitting in this room right now and we threw whatever in this room, most of them aren't going to move from their consoles. They're going to continue to react. They don't pay attention to fire alarms no matter how much you tell them to leave a building. They're going to continue to work because they're in this to save lives, to help people. That's why we go to work every day. And I can also speak a little bit from the state perspective of South Carolina. In South Carolina, we're a small state. We have 46 counties, but they're mostly small rural counties. And in South Carolina, we wanted everybody to have the same level of service across the state. So the state CMRS committee, which I get to serve on, went to the expense and the time and energy to make sure you got that across our state. We don't want to go backwards from that, folks. We want to continue to move forward. And the citizens have an expectation to that service, and we have a right, or not only a right, but an obligation to do that for the citizens. And at the end of the day, whatever we talk about today, that's what it's about, the people that call us. I would like to see us work together to move forward. I think that the fact that we're going backwards is a sad thing. But I know that we can fix this. And I'm with Lisa. I don't know that it's one provider. I'm not sure it's just wireless providers. I'm not sure it's not Lex, or it's not CPE, or it might be an operational issue. But we've got to find out what that is, and we have to move forward. So we want to, in South Carolina, which we've always enjoyed great partnerships with everybody, we want to work together and move forward. So thank you. And I talk fast for a Southern girl. So.
I might just add, I know there's a temptation to talk fast, but we do have some very able folks doing closed captioning, so that if you can accommodate them and maybe try to slow it down a little bit.
And I'm sure my accent was no problem for them, right? What accent?
As I said, they're highly trained. I think they can work around that. Thank you very much, Renee. Next, we're going to hear from Terry Hall, and providing the perspective from Virginia and also for APCO.
Thanks. And I noticed that you did wait until I was getting ready to speak about slow it down a little bit, because that's a problem I have as well. So I'll give it a shot, but I do respond to hand signals, David. I'm going to take, I guess I get to wear two hats here. I'm going to start off with my PSAP hat. I run a regional 911 center. It's York County, Poquoson, and Williamsburg, Virginia. We process around 325,000 calls a year. We have 14 dispatch console positions, and I'll point out that about 70% of the country, the average size of a PSAP is less than 12 positions. So we're kind of, on the high side of average. They're a lot larger, and they're a lot smaller as well. We have considered ourselves very proactive in Hampton Roads. We like to do things and deploy as a region. So I've been a guinea pig from time to time and have produced several first office applications out of our PSAP. And in listening to the presentations thus far, it goes to mind that we have a lack of standards. We have a lack of the way that we do things. I've just spent $357,000 doing a CAD-to-CAD interface with a neighboring jurisdiction, and we're pumping our 911 calls over our own wireless network. And that's not done too much either, but look at the amount of money we had to spend on a CAD-to-CAD interface, and these things should not happen that way. When we look at the lack of standards we have, even the way that we do our databases, I remember in Hampton Roads when we started mapping, we had all the wireless carriers in, and we had their third-party vendors, and we had maps, and we had little tripods drawn on circles, and we each had to sit down and initial where to send those calls to. And I can't help but reflect to that when I look at the way we do it today. Most of the directors have parlayed that off to one of the staff members who pretty much sends an email back to an email they responded saying that looks good. And 42% of the calls that I answer in my PSAP, 42%, are delivered with phase 2. 42%. I just wonder if it would be higher if we were still at the director level signing off on the 45% that are coming in that are not phase 2 and that are coming in as phase 1, and several of those go to the wrong PSAP. So I think this partnership that everyone has alluded to is very important to us. Of those 45%, after we auto rebid, and I'm a proponent, I strongly suggest auto rebid. After rebidding, over half of those come in and give us a phase 2 in 20 seconds or less. Now, like my counterparts, I want to share 2 stories with you. One of them has to do with indoor accuracy location, that we received a call from someone in a very structurally sound building that was being brutally raped and beaten. Dispatch had an open 911 call, and listen to this going on in the background. The closest accuracy that we could get was about between a half and 3/4 of a mile, and it was a very densely populated area. Now, the dispatchers used all of the tools that they had in their hands, and 32 minutes later, they were able to find out through sharing a series of information and dispatcher intuition, and was able to intervene and were able to apprehend the subject as he was attempting further beating. The second one had to do with a 911 call from a female who reported a call in the Colonial Parkway that she had taken an overdose and wanted us to know next of kin when they found her body. Well, she called on 911. It plotted within 3 feet of where she was, and when our medics and law enforcement responded on scene, she was unconscious and had a very good ending. So I can't speak high enough about accuracy and our need for accuracy. The lady that was brutally raped, she was on the 2nd floor of a building, and even when they entered on the wrong floor. The other thing I want to have a very positive comment about is the wireless carriers and the evolution that they've done. I remember back in the day doing call traces and trying to find someone. Every day in every center across the country, we're calling all of our wireless partners saying, we need to do a call track on this person, Alzheimer's, missing, endangered, etc. And I would say that's improved probably 100% over where it was 5 years ago. So kudos for that. Now, that also tells me that there's some accuracy available that they're using when they can go in and ping those phones that maybe isn't being afforded the same accuracy ability to us in the PSAP. I would strongly encourage looking at that as well. Texting to 911 has brought a new light on it. When there's a session open and we're doing an SMS text to 911 test for Verizon, and once there's a session open, we can ping it as much as we want to. And I'm going to tell you, you can watch these people go from across the country as long as you kept the session open. I'm very impressed with what some of the future evolving technologies are going to bring. But I think that when we look at interoperability, I think we need to look at standards. Now, I had initially reported when I talked to Lisa about what we're doing on the East Coast and how the calls were coming in. I didn't think it was as bad as it was until I looked at the stats. But what did help us out was the fact that pretty much we auto rebid. And the auto rebid takes us out of that 42% percentile and puts us into in the 70s. 74% of the calls that I answer in my PSAP are wireless calls. So I believe that you should rebid. Now, putting on the APCO hat, and we filed this in our comments, we need to truly look at indoor accuracy. Everyone has spoke before, and I believe everyone will speak after, about indoor accuracy and location. It is not a nicety to be able to do this. It is a requirement. It's a requirement for public safety to be able to do it. I remember back in the 2008, statistics were put out by CTIA that said that 82% of the people that buy cell phones bought them for safety. I would venture to say that right now 100% of the people buy them and have that safety component in there as well. So we must bring this up to standards, and Z coordinates are a must. Again, I don't have real super tall structures in mind, but I visit a lot of places that do, and we strongly encourage that. Also, in 2008, as part of APCO Project Locate, we started a standard that put together a standard not only for rebidding, but how often you should do it and so on. I would encourage following that standard, a team approach with our wireless carriers, and also continue to support CISRC and the great work that CISRC is doing. You know, they need to not only develop solutions, but they need to put together benchmarking and things that we can use as a goal. And thank you for the time.
Thank you, Terry. And now we're going to hear from Brian Fonts from NENA.
Thank you very much, David, and good morning, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to be here today. This is such an important issue, and I'm glad we're able to come together and discuss the issues that have been raised by the previous speakers and certainly the speakers that will follow. And I hope that through that discussion we'll continue to move forward in advancing what the public has come to expect, and that is to be located when making a 911 call. The notice for today's event outlines some of the things that we're supposed to be discussing today. And here are some of the things that I hope that we do fully discuss. And some of this has already been presented. We are here to discuss current trends that may be affecting the provisioning and quality of 911 location information, and that information subsequently delivered to 911 centers. Some of these could be just simply increasing calls from wireless devices. And then the other one certainly would be the increase of calls from indoor locations. And I think, Lisa, you mentioned not only just the horizontal plane, but the vertical plane as well. Additionally, this workshop will address questions raised by the California chapter of NENA in its August 12th filing with the FCC, expressing concerns over the location information associated with 911 calls in the state. And finally, I hope this workshop explores potential solutions that would deliver more accurate E911 location information. Now, bear with me just for a moment. I'm going to take you down memory lane. I look out over the audience here, and I remember back in 1992, and some of you were there, the discussion of locating an individual making a 911 call from a wireless device really began in earnest. And at that time, parties thought it'd be easy to locate someone in a matter of inches from where that caller was placing that 911 call. Remember those days? In 1994, the Commission issued the docket 94-102, and for those of us who lived through that docket throughout the 90s, we know that it was a long, arduous, and sometimes litigious docket. And nonetheless, this brought the rules into effect beginning in 2001. And through the years since 2001, the rules have been changed, modified, adopted to accommodate new technologies such as VoIP, and providing, hopefully, some greater certainty for all parties in the provisioning of 911 location information. Today, we know that there's been substantial investments made by wireless carriers, by the PSAP community. There have been efforts to educate the public when dialing 911 from wireless devices, and that is to provide location when you know it, and also the training and education associated with improving the skill sets within the 911 center itself. In retrospect, assessing the present and looking into the future, there are a few certainties, and I think we're all familiar with these certainties. Technology constantly changes, and wireless consumers will continue to rely on their devices to reach 911, and 911 professionals will continue to help those in their most critical moment of need. As others have stated on this session this morning, I hope this workshop provides us a course forward where we can work cooperatively and in concert to improve accuracy location and information associated with 911 location, so that all of us in the 911 community and in the carrier community and third parties are providing better service to the public. For those who have followed me in the variety of careers I've had in Washington and now at NENA, I, along with NENA, subscribe to an inclusive approach to resolving issues, to generating answers to questions, and moving forward in a cooperative and constructive manner. Even in an inclusive process, there will be times where we simply just disagree. But I believe there will be more times where we will agree and will reach agreement on approaches, resolutions, timetables, and the like. If nothing else, we will then have a greater understanding and perhaps better respect for our perspectives and our respective efforts, to better serve, again, the public. Now, let's go back and talk about some of the specifics. The trends. You've heard the trends presented by the earlier panelists. The volume of 911 calls from wireless devices have increased substantially over the years, just as wireless penetration has increased substantially over the years. I think we're a society now of 104% penetration for wireless connections. We've heard that roughly 70-80% of the 911 calls are coming from wireless devices. Nearly 60% of the mobile subscribers today have smartphones capable of providing voice, video, and data. And that alone presents a whole set of new issues for 911, particularly now as we begin to move forward with texting to 911. There's also been worldwide over just this year alone, 100 billion applications downloaded. Some of these provide voice communications that do not provide access to 911. Yet another series of problems that the 911 community and consumers have to address. Indoor location. Today, slightly more than 38% of U.S. households are wireless only. For those in my career bracket, age bracket, maturity, that's an amazing change in how we have learned to communicate as a society. Only 8% of the U.S. households are wireline only. And the overlap between wireless and wireline, those individuals prefer to communicate through wireless technology. So we've come a long way in a relatively short period of time. The Commission has a docket open to address the issue of indoor location. I also compliment the work of the last Communication Security, Reliability, and Interoperability Council the FCC created, the Working Group 3 report that took a look at indoor location and testing of indoor location technologies. And since that conclusion, there has been additional work in testing and assessing indoor location capability. We're there. It's time to move forward. Oftentimes, in the regulatory world and in a business environment, we have issues with uncertainty associated with the lack of regulation or the pending regulation versus the decision by corporate America to make investments. So that uncertainty may not work in the best interest of providing certainty for location. I know I'm just about out of time, but I just wanted to talk about briefly the CalNENA letter. CalNENA raised a series of questions associated with Phase 2 location accuracy in the state of California. And there's work that has been done since then and continues today. As I mentioned earlier, I believe the most effective and efficient means is to work cooperatively. NENA, along with the 4 largest carriers, have met since the filing of the CalNENA letter, and we've worked on trying to answer some of these questions, better understand what the information is stated. We are also proposing that we take a look at rebidding and compare rebidding for PSAPs with the comparison of the carrier's data to start a threshold to understand how the rebidding process works in the 911 environment and that carriers are providing. Finally, that goes beyond the scope of this hearing per se or briefing or workshop. There must be attention provided to how 911 is going to work in an all IP environment. The FCC's Technical Advisory Committee has proposed a sunset of the PSTN rules, Public Switch Telephone Network rules, and our networks today across the land are moving into IP worlds. There's been proposals for test beds to look at testing IP vis-a-vis regulation, and I support the idea that we do these tests and include 911 and next generation 911 in these environments. I want to thank you again for this opportunity, and I look forward to working with all of our folks around the table and more to address the concerns raised by the Commission in this notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Now we are going to turn to the carriers and get the carrier perspective on the issues in the workshop. And we're going to start with Gina Green from Sprint.
I'll see if I can work it without breaking it.
And Gina, don't forget to pull the microphone up so everyone who is hearing the webcast can hear you.
Is that a little better? There we go. Again, thank you everybody for allowing us to come and speak on this very important subject. The one thing all of us have in common is that the consumers within their jurisdictions are the people that are buying our phones, and we all want them to be able to get the necessary help when they need it. It's the one thing with all the smart gadgets we're putting out into the marketplace. It is the one thing that they assume will work when they need it, and that's why I and some of my other colleagues up here do what we do every day, is to make sure that when they have to dial 911, it gets to the appropriate PSAP. I was the person in the room with Terry Hall when he did his map and signed what sectors that he wanted over 10 years ago. So I have been working for Sprint in the 911 department for 15 years this month. And over these 15 years, it has changed drastically. Some of what I want to cover was covered by John Snap, so I'm going to highlight maybe what he said and provide just a little bit more information. We are all, the carriers, I have a mandate with the FCC that says I need to be able to locate my device or my consumer within so many meters a good percentage of the time. So 50 meters, 67% of the time, and 150 meters, 80% of the time. Currently, the Sprint network is well within those mandated timeframes, and we are 80% of the way to the next milestone, which is 150 meters, 90% of the time. We took a look at the data initially after the CalNINA report, and saw some consistencies and some things that maybe we should talk about, or misconceptions happening within the industry. When I look at my data, I can see how many calls come in, how many came in phase one, how many actually had rebids with them, and then how many had phase two positions that were available that were never gathered. So just real quick, I'm going to kind of highlight what John Snap went through just at the beginning of this, was how the call flow worked. Phase one is what we do with the maps, where the PSAP says, we say these are the sites in your jurisdiction, and you tell us which ones you want and which ones need to be routed someplace else. So we work on an individual basis with public safety across the country to determine initially what cell sites, sectors within their jurisdiction they want to take the calls for. Phase one information is that cell site, its address, and the centroid of the center of that sector. Moving to phase two, it will find a more precise location close to the handset. Again, some of the stuff John Snap went through earlier. My diagram's a little bit different than his. The handset to the cell site, to the MPC. I've got call flows on it back and forth that show the arrows and the timing. A voice call generally takes 4 to 8 seconds to get to public safety. That is generally not enough time for the satellites to calculate the position of the handset. So generally, phase one is delivered, and a rebid must be performed to get the phase two location. When reviewing data, provide the data for CalNINA, specifically at first, and then subsequently there's been several public safety agencies also provided data out into the FCC website that we also reviewed. The common theme I am seeing is that not all those rebids are being performed. And when I look at my data, if they would perform a rebid, we would be getting higher phase two accuracies at the PSAP. Generally, after they get the voice call, it's already taken 6 to 8 seconds to get to them. If they wait approximately another 15 to 20 seconds and just hit the refresh or rebid button, that phase two data, if it's available, would be provided to them. I noticed within my research that PSAPs appear to be rebidding only about 15 to 35% of the time, and that if they would rebid, I have phase 2 available 77 to 89% of the time over that. So again, it's a partnership, and we need to work at all of the elements that may be not giving them the information they need to find the consumers when they need them. I'm going to slip that slide because John went into it a lot. He also hit on confidence and uncertainty quite a bit. The highlight here is uncertainty really has no meaning unless you associate it with a confidence level. So within the Sprint network, we always send confidence and uncertainty. It may not always be displayed at the PSAP. It's my understanding sometimes that's suppressed, and you guys aren't seeing it, which isn't happening through my network, but we always send it, and I assume my colleagues are as well. Let's see, John covered all of this really well. The circle that I have up there shows the 90% confidence. The calculation used within the Mobile Positioning Center and the PDE to come up with the algorithms needed to determine if what the location fix is good enough to send the position source that causes it to show phase 2 is done essentially. It's the Gaussian theory. It's essentially a bell curve. It's kind of hard to get your mind wrapped around, but when we send a 1 sigma calculation, it is essentially 63%. It would say the smaller circle on my diagram says 63% of the time you're going to be found in here, which is actually a better location fix than the bigger circle of the 90 to 95% of the time you're going to find it. So the big circle says 9 out of 10 times you're going to find it. It may be a mile circumference. The 63% is a smaller search radius, which says, 6.3% of the time I'm going to be in here. And it comes down to essentially a network calculation. My network is hard-coded, as John said. The confidence level is something that is hard-coded into the system. And it will always give you an uncertainty value, be it 10 meters, 15 meters, 300 meters, and our system determines whether that's a good enough uncertainty to pass the pause source that says it's phase 2 or to pass it and give you phase 1. And this is just for any statistician who wants to actually see the formula. There is the formula that calculates that. Again, he covered a lot of things that I was going to cover, and I see I'm almost out of time anyway, but we all want the same thing. We want to be able to find our consumers and accurately locate them before, anything gets worse for them. They've called because they need help. They rely on our handsets. They rely on our technology more and more. So I think we're all wanting the same thing, and I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk with you about it.
Thank you. Thank you, Gina. And now we're going to turn it over to Ryan Jensen of T-Mobile.
Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Because John and Gina both covered the PSAP interface pretty thoroughly, I'm going to go through that part of my presentation really quickly. I think the key highlights that I would make here is the fact that the location information cannot be pushed by the carriers to the PSAP. The PSAP has to request that information. So if all we're studying and looking at is how frequently we see a phase 2 class of service at the PSAP by the end of the call, without regard to whether or not there was a rebid or even the duration of the call, we're going to be looking at very misleading information, and it's really unrelated to the availability of that phase 2 information by the wireless service provider. I'm going to jump ahead and talk about some general overview and observations about location technologies. First of all location technologies have limitations. Anytime we're trying to use radio frequency measurements to estimate a location for a cell phone, there's going to be limitations. There's going to be physics involved. And because of those limitations, there's the necessity for trade-offs between accuracy and yield and latency. There is no technology that delivers high accuracy, high yield in zero latency. Technologies are improving. We see some interesting things being developed, but there's still going to continue to be the need to make those kinds of trade-offs going forward. Public safety has historically and again recently in our conversations indicated that high accuracy is the top priority. They don't want a bad location quickly. They want an accurate location, even if it takes a little while to get it. And then, as agreed with public safety from the beginning of wireless 911, we've not still seen a technology that is as timely and reliable as cell ID for routing 911 calls to the designated PSAP, especially where even a few seconds of delay on routing the voice call is unacceptable. All legacy radio access networks, those pre-LTE, have some limitations with respect to location technology. I'd love to be able to talk more about those in detail at some point, but I think the good news is that with the development of LTE, there opens up some new opportunities with respect to location technology. The key one here is the opportunity for the first time for the standards to allow simultaneous positioning methods to be run. And this is crucial if your goal is to optimize accuracy and yield within a fixed latency budget. So very excited about that opportunity. Another one is the introduction of OTDOA, Observed Time Difference of Arrival technology. This technology is integrated into the physical layer and the LTE specifications. It allows synchronized and coordinated positioning reference signals being sent down from the base stations that improves hearability for the handset. There's a wider bandwidth downlink signal which improves the accuracy of the time of arrival measurements. And I think it's interesting to note that the carriers are converging on this common radio access technology, LTE, which will in and of itself help location efforts with regards to things like roamers and gray market devices, that sort of thing. The carriers are independently moving forward with both continuing improvements to existing location technologies as well as implementation of new location technologies. AGPS continues to be the gold standard for positioning. From the inception of AGPS, it's been a very powerful and productive technology, and I'm excited to observe that that performance has been improving over time. Both accuracy and yield has gotten better over the years as we've improved algorithms in the network and also in the devices themselves, the handsets. T-Mobile has committed to support GLONASS, the satellite constellation, in addition to AGPS over LTE, with additional satellites available to be measured by the handset. There's an increased likelihood that we'll have a sufficient quantity of measurements to get a location, which improves yield, as well as improved geometries for the multilateration process to improve accuracy. T-Mobile's also committed to support OTDOA over LTE, which holds promise for improved accuracy and yield in many environments. As I mentioned, some of the reasons behind that earlier. It appears to be a very good complement to AGPS. I listed here some principles for further evaluation that I think all the stakeholders should follow as we look for opportunities to continue to improve location performance. The process needs to be fact-driven. It needs to be based on technical and economic realities, not merely vendor claims. This was the purpose for devising the CSRIC test bed. It's been very good to help sort out fact from fiction. The process needs to be forward-looking, needs to take into account the unique capabilities inherent with LTE for location. Need to ensure that technologies capable of meeting FCC's requirements are available from multiple sources. This has proven to be a crucial point historically. It's necessary to foster a healthy ecosystem, to ensure long-term support, and also continued innovation, which is very important. New technologies need to be commercially available, fully standardized, and cost-effective to deploy, operate, and maintain. Should not favor any one particular technology or vendor over another. We all need to recognize that new technologies take a considerable amount of time to implement, especially if there are modifications to the handset required. The goal for everyone needs to be for real improvements that are technically and economically feasible. So putting that all into summary here, by way of next steps, I'm very excited to see some of the new technologies that were unavailable for the first round of CSRIC tests that I'd like to see carefully and fully evaluated, particularly in the context of their ability to complement AGPS as a secondary technology source. The test bed's not only proven helpful to help establish performance levels, but it's also been providing an invaluable insight in how to measure indoor performance in a practical and technically sound way. Independent vendor claims cannot be relied upon. Any location vendors that are desiring to be considered for future technology location improvements should commit to participate in the next round of CSRIC. The cooperative processes that are already in place with all the stakeholders should be continued. We need to let those work. And the Commission should facilitate the continued cooperative evaluations of both the technical performance standards and also practical indoor assessment methods. Thank you.
Thank you. And for our final presentation for the morning, Susan Sherwood from Verizon Wireless.
Good morning. As I said, I'm with Verizon Wireless, and at Verizon Wireless, we consider a 911 call to be the most important call on our network. And we work every day to make sure that our existing technology is working at peak efficiency, to look at ways to improve that technology, and also to look at new technology vendors to see if they can assist us in areas where we know our technology is challenged. What we use for our Phase 2 location technology is assisted GPS. We deployed it in the early 90s with E911 Phase 2. It has 3 components. When someone dials 911, it's kind of a step-down technology. So when someone dials 911, hits send, the PDE will then communicate with the handset and ask it to, give it some assistance. Ask it to look and see what satellites it can see. If it can see 4 or more satellites, it will compute a GPS fix and send that on to the MPC for delivery to the PSAP. If it can see some satellites but not 4, the PDE will ask it to send some RF data from measurements from the cell sites that it can see. And it will use those few GPS satellite measurements plus the cell measurements and calculate what we call a hybrid location. And if there's no satellites visible to the handset, it will then step down to what's called AFLT, which is a cell-based location that is very similar in performance to UTDOA on GSM. And those 3 things, GPS, hybrid, and AFLT, are what we consider to be Phase 2 fixes, and that is how we send those to the PSAP. We also have other techniques that they're expected to be better than cell site, but they're not quite as accurate, that we would consider them Phase 2. So they're like mixed cell sector, round-trip timing, mixed mode, those sort of things. So those also derive a fix, and those are available to be sent. We do, for accuracy improvement, we have a couple things we do. One, we have a rigorous accuracy compliance testing that we do using mobile test devices. And these devices have a GPS antenna in them that gets ground truth every 1 second. And then it also has a GPS chip embedded in it with a GPS, and it makes test calls every 2 minutes. We then match up the ground truth with the individual test call to look at accuracy. And these devices are mounted on our service performance vans, which continually drive around the country to get data. And we also created some portable kits where we can take these into areas of the county that the van doesn't drive. So we make sure we have all the representative topologies. And then those are all combined, and they include the GPS, the hybrid, and the AFLT fixes, and those, all of those that we would call phase 2. Those are measured for accuracy compliance at the county level. And Verizon Wireless did meet accuracy in every county without exception. We also, with regard to live 911 calls, we have weekly key performance indicators that we review. And, we try to, using those indicators, we can see if there's some improvements that need to be made in our cell data database called the Base Station Almanac that is in our PDE, our Positioning Determining Equipment. And this BSA is critical to the accuracy of the non-GPS-based locations. Plus, it also helps with the assist in obtaining GPS satellite data. So we have to make sure that that is accurate and up to date, and these indicators help us do that. We also want to make sure that our switch translations are correct and that all of the components in the voice and data flow are doing what they need to do, that they're accurate and they're doing as they are supposed to do in order to deliver the voice call to the right PSAP and to deliver the data as quickly as possible to the PSAP. As far as improvements, we spend a lot of time working to improve our data. As I just mentioned, we do look at key performance indicators. We also work closely with Qualcomm to see if there's improvements in the chipsets that can be made to improve the GPS and RF signal detection sensitivity. Also in the feedback loop, which is part of the key performance indicators and other things that we do to make sure that that base station almanac that is critical to the PDE is accurate and up to date. We also, I just want to say, though, that this work that we've done has really paid off dividends in improving our accuracy since we introduced it in the early 90s. As currently we've increased network-wide the phase 2 fixed percent to over 92%. We deliver phase 2 fixes are calculated 99% of the time within 25 seconds, 65% of the time within 13 seconds. The other things we do is we're continually looking at new locations. We have a network team made up of subject matter experts that when a new location technology is identified, we'll talk with the vendor, we'll look at their presentations, see their data available, see how it fits in with what we have, how we think it can be commercially deployed if it's ready to go, those kinds of evaluations. We also set up a test bed in New York City 4 or 5 years ago, that when a location technology is ready to be tested and when the vendor says it's near commercial deployment, we will then test it against our existing technology to see if there's significant improvement. And we participated with the last CISRIC indoor test bed with our vendor Qualcomm so that we could set a baseline of what indoor accuracy is. That's the first time that's ever been done on a very independent apples-to-apples type way. And we do look to, we will support and participate in future CISRIC test beds as well. And also with voice over LTE that we are close to trying to implement here. We are making improvements there in that we're supplementing assisted GPS with GLONASS, which should improve GPS accuracy and also the time to get a GPS fix. Plus OTDOA that Ryan mentioned, we are implementing that. And with LTE, there's the possibility of combining other solutions as they become available into the mix. So we will be continuing to look at that. And I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, we are right on schedule. Everybody gets a chance now to stretch their legs, take a deep breath, and we're going to take a break for about 15 minutes and come back here at 11:15 when we will begin the roundtable discussion. Look forward to seeing you in a few minutes.
Yeah, I don't think we ever got to meet. I know we were on the last scissor together, but I...
You like him?
My kids went to bed with them all last night.
If I could have everyone's attention, I think we're going to get started with the second portion of our morning session. If everybody could take their seats, I think we're going to get started with the second part of the morning session, our roundtable discussion. Is everybody sitting down here? Okay. Thanks, everybody. Hurry back. Okay, and at this time I'm going to hand this back over to David Firth, who can get us started on our roundtable discussion. Thanks.
Welcome back, everybody. As folks are taking their seats, let me just again mention a couple of ground rules. We're going to, for the next hour or so, have a roundtable discussion that follows up on the themes that have been raised in the presentations this morning. And we are looking forward to a robust discussion among the members of the roundtable. I wanted to point out, first of all, that we've invited a couple of additional representatives to join us. Brian Joseph, who is the Vice President for Regulatory Affairs at CTIA, and Commander Jennifer Green, who is the Director of the D.C. Office of Office of United Communications, which is the D.C. PSAP. And so if anybody, God forbid, has to place a 911 call from this room, it will be going to her very capable call takers. We've asked them to join the conversation, and we'll be following up on a number of threads that were introduced in the presentations this morning. And at some point during the proceedings, we're also going to open it up to questions and comments from the audience. I'll indicate when that occurs, and we'll have a couple of staff members with wireless mics. So if you have a question or a comment, raise your hand, and we'll try to get to as many questions and comments as possible in the time that we have allotted. I'd like to start by picking up on something that a couple of people mentioned. Terry Hall mentioned it, Karen Wong mentioned it, which is this concept of standards. Terry, I think that you said in your presentation that one of the issues that the 911 community generally and carriers generally need to deal with is that there's an absence of standards with respect to some of the key elements of the problem that we're trying to solve. And I'd like you to elaborate on that, and then I'd like to ask other members of the roundtable for their views on the question of is there a need for standards that aren't in place yet on certain elements? If so, what are they, and what's the process that we need to engage in to develop those standards? So, Terry, why don't you lead it off?
Thanks, David. I had this follow-up comment after listening to some of the presentations. Several weeks ago, I had the opportunity as ABCO representative to sit in the room with 4 major carriers, and I had prepared a presentation for my own PSAP to do a tutorial on some of the issues that we were having. And in doing so, I flashed up one screen that was vendor A, and then when I flashed up a second screen that was vendor B, I was like, hold on a minute, these are both phase 1 calls. And at the same time, all 4 vendors' eyes lit up, as mine did, and we found out that phase 1 to vendor A, they had a 100% confidence factor in because they knew where the call was. It was delivering a phase 1, so 100% of the time they could tell you it was right because it's coming from that tower, or as you refer to, the pseudo. Where the other vendor had a 0% confidence factor because they said that we know that does not valuable to 911, so we put ours as 0. So that's a lack of standards right there. And when I went back to my own PSAP and looked at our training program, and Lisa has talked about to me many times about how educated and how many times a day they receive calls and have to do this technology. My PSAT's the same way. And I found out that was something that we had missed in our training, that the vendors looked different on the screen. So as a byproduct of that, that lack of standards on how they set it up, and by the way, I'll point out, neither vendor did anything wrong. There was no standard. There was nothing, so they set it up the way that they thought the PSAP community would benefit from it, and they were both right. So that was a good example on the lack of standards. And the other thing is that brought to light that there could be a public education part for the PSAPs. I don't want to say that each one of the wireless carriers would come into the PSAP and host a training on how to do things, but a white paper, if you would, that could identify the screen and explain what an anti-alley screen phase 0, phase 1, and phase 2 means to Verizon and T-Mobile, AT&T, Sprint, etc. I think that would probably benefit the PSAP community. And the last part that I'll mention as part of the standards and the education process is Susan had a comment that she made in hers about the percentage that Verizon was delivering. As a PSAP director, I will now go back and change my rebidding process because every call that I get, I want it to be as accurate as I can. And by adding a few more seconds to my rebidding, I'm going to pick up more of Verizon's, and I also want to have that same data provided to me by each of the 3 vendors. Because when you set your CP up, you typically don't go in every week and change the parameters, but maybe that's something that we, the public safety answering point, should look at as technology changes. But open communications coming from the wireless carriers, I think, would solve that.
Okay,
More open.
Let me then ask maybe if some of the other PSAP representatives, 911 representatives, could comment on the issues that Terry has raised. Do you agree with the concept that there may be instances where the information you're receiving from individual carriers is not consistent or not presented in a kind of common uniform format? And would it be helpful to have some kind of commonality in the way the information is presented? And then I'll want to ask for the carrier perspective on the issue as well. Lisa?
Yes, Dave. Thank you. I agree with Terry. It is confusing for the public safety dispatcher who's trying to rapidly process a call to have to figure out on the screen whether the information is of any use or not. From my perspective, we answer so quickly, which is, it sounds crazy, but it's kind of in a way, it's a problem because we answer so quickly that the call is coming through with what is called pseudo-ANI. So it's giving us false information because the mobile positioning center doesn't have a true fix on the caller, so it's transmitting some information that really is of no use whatsoever. But it looks to the dispatcher like it's a phase 2 call because it delivers with longitude and latitude, but it's talking about the tower. And then it's giving, each carrier is different. I have one of the carriers presents with within 1,700 meters, there's 100% assurance that the call is there. Well, in San Francisco, everything's within 1,700 meters, so that's of no value whatsoever to the dispatcher. So basically what they're saying to me is they're discounting that information that's delivered because it's of no value or use to them. And a lot of times they'll rebid, but because they're rebidding too fast, they're not getting the data, and they have 1 minute to get the call off their screen into a radio dispatcher. So they're going back to old school, manually getting that information from the caller by asking them questions and trying to develop the information rather than using the tool that we paid a lot of money to put together. But I would love to see something that said, if it's a pseudo-ANI, don't give me anything. I'd rather see nothing than an assurance level that is inaccurate or is useless. Renee?
Yes, Renee?
And I would echo their comments and add that it should be standard. I've heard numerous times here this morning already talking about dispatcher training and dispatcher standards. And, of course, we want and need those. They're imperative to saving lives. But we're not the only party in this. And why would we not expect those standards and training to be on the other side of that? It should be the same. They should not. I'm not going to ask my folks to look and say, this is vendor A, B, and C. The last thing I want them to do is try to figure out if this is a good call, a bad call. I've got to wait 15 seconds to rebid on this or 20 on that. That is taking their mind away from what their primary job is, which is to provide life-saving services to the people who are calling us. And I would add this little tidbit, and many of you know me, so you will not be shocked at my comment. It is beyond me why we would develop and I said we, would develop any technology that is less than what we already have. So when we did what we were supposed to do back in the late 90s and we properly requested Phase 2 data, which is Latin long, following FCC rules, and in South Carolina, I'm not the only state that does this, provided cost recovery for those things to be delivered to us. And now today, we can only get half of that. So if we could do it before, why can't we do it now? And if we can do it 50% of the time, why can't we do it 90% of the time? So that would be my challenge to the WSPs, and that we would be willing to work with them. I'm like, I think Terry mentioned this earlier. I'm not convinced this is totally a WSP issue. There are many factors in this puzzle. It's very complicated to know which way to look and which thing to adjust. But the last thing we are going to do at Horry County is go in and adjust the rebid seconds on a weekly basis. I mean, we should not be having to do that. So I would just say that we do need standardization across the board, though. This can't become a training issue on dispatchers. This is a technology issue, in my opinion, and we just need to address it. I don't think it's any one person. Nobody's done anything with malice here. It's just an issue that we've discovered, and we just need to fix it.
Karen?
And at the state level, we look at data a little bit differently than the PSAPs would look at it. And we do have concerns with some of the data that we're looking at and the Phase 2 dropping off like it is. So we need to have standards, not only at the wireless providers, but also with the equipment providers. One of the things, John, with your presentation on the complexity of the networks, well, as we move to next generation 911, there's a lot of different equipment pieces throughout that. Will you have the same standards as every other provider? So once those calls become delivered, will we be able to see the same standards and be able to address those calls globally across the board? So those are some of the things that I'm concerned of, more of a global level, to make sure as we move forward, especially California with next generation 911, what we're doing we can do across the board with the state and have all the PSAPs expect the same type of results regardless of the wireless carriers.
I want to get to the carriers in a second, but Brian or any thoughts on this?
No, I mean, I just really echo everything that's been said already. I think that it's critically important. In some of the preliminary meetings we've had since August with the carriers, we've recognized there is information that they have that would be beneficial if the 911 professionals understood it and knew about it in the level in which they have it. And there are also some expectations or knowledge about the processing within the 911 center that would benefit carriers. So this is something that I think that just in the 3 or 4 meetings we've had has been a constructive step forward in taking a look at these types of issues.
So let me put this then, the same question to the carriers. And John, I think I'll ask you also to weigh in. We may come back to this question in the afternoon when we have more of the vendors at the table. But it seems like the issue that's been raised is that there might be an opportunity to develop some uniform practices so that information that's being provided by the carriers through their vendors or with their vendors to a PSAP with regard to certain elements of location are presented in a consistent manner so that the PSAPs are not struggling to determine this is the way Verizon presents the information, this is the way Sprint presents the information. Both may be equally valid, but the fact that it's inconsistent makes it more of a burden on the PSAP side. Is there an opportunity here maybe to come up with something that would help to smooth this over? Susan, you want to take a crack at that?
Yeah, I agree that perhaps it's time to relook at the standards. I know when we introduced wireless 911 Phase 2, we worked extensively, myself and some other people on this table from the carriers, worked with NINA and APCO to develop standards for all of the components, but we may have missed a few things, and I think alley display is one of them, and I think part of the reason for that is that it's, at least it used to be, kind of a PSAP specific thing. You know, some will carry one field, others will not, and some suppress confidence, others do not. So, you know, it was a little difficult to come up with a standard on how it was going to display at the PSAP. But, you know, perhaps now is the time to relook at that, to see if there's standard things that the PSAP should be seeing and how it's delivered, and, you know, and I'm all for that.
Ryan or Gina, comments?
So I also think maybe there's some education and maybe some clarification on the standards that we already have. We have to go through Phase 1 to get Phase 2. Phase 1 came first. With Phase 1, Susan mentioned the BSA component, the mechanism within our routing that houses all the cell site data that's imperative to Phase 1 location. It is stagnant data. It tells you exactly this cell site ID at this location, physical location, and then the centroid of the center of that site. And we take great pains to make sure that when our RF engineers are out in the field Mickey Mousing with the coverage areas, that they come back to us so that we have those coded right and that they're still going to the right PSAP. Those come with a class of service on your screen, WPH1 or WRLS. The uncertainty factors and the confidence level didn't come into play till we got to the Phase 2 regulations. So to Terry's point, when we treat Phase 1 information differently, either we're always 100% accurate because we know where it is, it's coded in our base station, or it's zero because we think that it doesn't matter because it's Phase 1. Usually the confidence and uncertainty doesn't come into play with Phase 1. So, and maybe we need to look at it so it's standardized so that it's portraying the same thing. But the class of service that comes across to you should tell you it is Phase 1 information, and that is cell site information. And if you want Phase 2, again, you need to pull it from us with the ESRK that comes with that Phase 1 information. That pseudo-ANI is your key to come pull that information for Phase 2, and it should update your class of service to WPH2 on your screen so that you know it's updated for you.
Reactions? Yes, Jerry?
I just wanted to comment. Lisa and Renee and I had a conversation this morning about this being a widespread issue, or if it's isolated to different part of the countries. APCO did a study a few years back and has a committee called ProChart. One of the things that they realized is that they need to look at what was causing dispatcher turnover. One of the top reasons that dispatchers leave are lack of tools to do their job. This is a tool that they do, and when we compare the anti-alley screen to a 12-lead EKG that you use at a hospital or paramedic, you know, they look at that 12 leads and delineate something different from where each lead is placed so that they can project the outcome of this call. That's what a dispatcher does, the eighth wonder of the world. They're the reason that it doesn't appear to be so widespread, because they cover for us every day on every call. And I just would be remiss if I didn't comment about how positive it is, the things that the dispatchers do. But this is something that's very fixable. And just like that 12-lead EKG, this can give them the information that's going to more direct them in their responses.
Yes, Lisa?
So I told Ryan that I was going to ask this question, and now I'll ask it for you too, Gina. We know in 2008 we were getting the Phase 2 information. It was delivering to the PSAP without the need to rebid, because I know in California we have been instructed not to rebid, but that's a long story, and that's been corrected, or it will be corrected shortly. But it was delivering, and now because we've gone to the gold standard of AGPS, now we're having to go out and get the data, whereas before it used to come to us. It's one more step that a dispatcher has to take, and with the timing issues involved regarding the different times that the carriers can deliver, they're having to rethink this information. And so, yeah, a lot of times they're not rebidding because to them it's a waste of their time. They only have 1 minute to get the call processed, so why are they going to waste 30 seconds trying to figure it out when they can be gaining that information from the caller, if at all possible, hoping that they can speak. So my question is to Ryan and Gina, when the technology changed, I don't know that, and you probably did tell us, but I'm not sure it was really clear to the PSAPs what the impact was going to be.
I'm going to go real quick, then you can. Sure. Okay, so Sprint's technology hasn't changed. We have different technologies on our networks. So mine has always been the same. And the technology, the way to get Phase 2 has never changed from Sprint's perspective. The standards that are written and the way the technology is laid out, it is a bid for data for Phase 2. It is the exception that Phase 2 would come across with the phone call. In California, it's understandable that it happens sometimes because sometimes they go into a queue where they the caller waits to be picked up, which gives it enough information to finish that calculation before you pick up the call. So it is the exception rather than the rule that you would automatically get Phase 2. And from Sprint's perspective, you always have to pull the data.
Yeah, I think I would second what Gina said. There are some aspects that have changed, but some aspects that have been the same from the beginning. It's always been the expectation that you would need to rebid to get the Phase 2 location result. In T-Mobile's case, we initially had a medium accuracy network-based location technology called UTDOA, and with the introduction of county-level compliance requirements, we had no choice but to implement AGPS to be able to meet the accuracy requirements at the county level. And along with going to that higher accuracy benefit, there's longer latency. So although it was never the expectation that Phase 2 would be available in the initial bid that occurs just a few seconds into the call, again, if all you're looking at is the class of service at the end of the call, you're going to see a degradation over time in the data that was collected by CalNINA and others because they're not taking into account the rebids. In my opinion, along with education, I think the introduction of automatic rebids is absolutely crucial. I think that's the missing piece. I think if we want to standardize on something that's going to help us to optimize the technology that we already have, that's going to be it. Talking with Lisa, there's an 8% rebid rate from San Francisco in the data that was collected by CalNINA. So only 8% of the time are we asking for and trying to take advantage of the technology that all of us have spent tons of resources and efforts to provide.
So let me ask the question because the rebid issue has come up several times, and we've heard different perspectives on it from the people at the table. Terry indicates that in his PSAP that automatic rebidding is part of the process. Clearly, their practices vary. So what are the pros and cons? What are the factors that PSAPs need to consider in determining what their rebid policies should be? And is it something where we should be looking for some kind of uniform policy, or maybe a range of policies that, because PSAPs may face different circumstances that cause them to use one rebid approach versus another? And I'll let anybody take that who would like. Yes.
I also wanted to kind of touch on some of the points made in the last.
Absolutely.
So I think, from the wireless industry's perspective, I think we want to be very sensitive to questions about, PSAP operational management, and we defer to them and absolutely understand and respect, the challenges that are inherent in the jobs that call takers do day in, day out. What I think, to your point about the should there be commonality, should there be some uniformity of standards, I think that as we have in our very long history of working closely with public safety on a number of these issues, we would absolutely be willing and enthusiastic about having that dialogue. I think there are a number of issues that have been identified during this morning's presentations and even just now on the roundtable that I think it would be helpful to unpack, to have kind of that fruitful discussion. I think there are issues of routing, lat-long routing. There are time-to-delivery issues. There are rebid issues. There are some potential CPE, PSAP CPE issues. There are different generations of PSAP CPE and different capabilities. There are continually evolving wireless carrier technologies. We know 2G, 3G, 4G technologies, and you heard during the presentations this morning about wireless carriers not sitting back, but really moving forward, pushing the envelope on even new evolving technologies, things like OTDOA and GLONASS that were touched on earlier this morning. So I think these all need to be carefully considered. I am heartened to hear the comments from our friends in public safety to have this discussion, that there's no finger pointing, that it's not one stakeholder to blame, but we all need to come together, discuss, unpack, and dissect which elements are within whose control, and what will yield the flexibility that individual PSAPs need, what will reflect the unique differentiating factors among the wireless carriers, and so on. So I think we would be happy to have that discussion. I think all of us sitting around at this table and in this room all share the common goal of we want PSAPs to have to be able to utilize the best information available. So long as it's economically and technically feasible, we're happy to have those discussions.
Let me just make one very brief comment just from listening. I'm struck by the amount of data that can be developed by all of the companies and the PSAPs and states at the table. And it strikes me as I listen that that hasn't perhaps always been developed. The data gathering piece on all parties, I think, is very important, but also the operationalizing it, the sharing of it, and the dialogue in order for some of the stats and improvements. Verizon was identifying that I'm not sure all of the PSAPs knew and could take into account when they made whatever decisions they would make on rebidding. Listening to Susan about what the implications were of a technology switch, and apparently not all of that sinking in on the PSAP side. The PSAPs looking relatively recently at the level of phase 2 information that's been transmitted and seeing what's there. Strikes me that the data gathering and the data sharing are just very important in order to operationalize these improvements.
Let's see. I think let's go to Lisa, and then to John, then to Jennifer, and then to Brian.
So I wanted to make sure that it's understood, yes, in San Francisco, there's an 8% rebid. That was passed because we were instructed in 2006, and this is a piece of the communication that I find frustrating. Every PSAP in California was instructed in 2006 not to rebid their calls because there was a transmission conflict between the voice transmission and the data resignal. They were both feeding through the same pipe, and one was covering the other. Apparently it was fixed within 6 months, but that information never got back to the PSAPs. So over time, the PSAPs in California had stopped rebidding altogether. Every PSAP that I know of turned off their auto rebid, including us. So, I think the communication information needs to be not just the understanding that the wireless service providers have that we have to rebid and that now we apparently have to go and get the information, but that the people who administrate 911 offices have to communicate with the PSAPs individually, and I realize that's not so easy in California. There's 455 PSAPs. There's probably a staff of maybe 12 in your office to communicate with all of his people. But to me, the wireless service providers are dealing with me almost on a monthly, if not sometimes daily basis when I have a problem. It would be in their best interest to work with the PSAPs and collaborate with the PSAPs and say, hey, I've noticed that you don't rebid your calls very often because that data is not accessible to me as a PSAP manager. I can get everything else. I cannot get the data on rebid. It does not show up anywhere in any of the displays or the technology that I have to view that information. Mm-hmm. So it would be helpful if a telco or wireless service provider says, hey, gee, you're not, to my regional manager, you're not rebidding very often. Have you noticed a drop-off? I think if we all collaborate and communicate, we'll be able to resolve this issue relatively quickly. But you having a piece of the information, me having a piece of the information, the state having a piece of the information, and none of us talking and getting that message out is really doing a disservice to the general public who are relying on us. Their perception is that we know exactly where they are when they call us. And I'm sorry, but CSI has done us all a disservice. If they're in the trunk of the car texting me, I'm following them on a map. Well, it's just not true, and it's not. But it is the public perception, so we all have to work towards meeting that perception, no matter what it takes to have it happen, whether we have to go out and tell them, hey, this isn't going to happen today or next year or whenever, or we say it's going to be our goal to make it happen. But we have to talk to each other to make that occur.
Mm-hmm. Okay, John, Jennifer, Brian, and then I'm going to want to move past rebidding to a couple of other issues, but let's take those comments in turn.
Back in '98, when we were originally working on the standards for wireless phase 2, one of my most hated terms from the standards community was we leave that up to the implementation. And so the standards created the interfaces, but it didn't say exactly how to do it. And that's a lot of what we've seen with how vendors have implemented it differently. There's been an inconsistency. That was also back in '98. Technology has changed dramatically since '98. We started off with cell sites that are 3 or 4 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles wide. Now we're getting cell sites that may just cover this room. We've seen the introduction of femtocells that people are using inside their houses. We're seeing we're moved from a network-based technology that like T-Mobile was using to an AGPS technology they're using. There's been all kinds of changes that we're seeing, and there's a lot of capabilities that are there in the network, but we're not necessarily having a standard implementation of how we do that. So you're seeing, I agree with Lisa very much. You're seeing there's been a lot of change in technologies, but a lot of how we use that data. There's a lot of data that's out there that could be much more useful for public safety that we already have without creating new technologies. A lot of the things could be used better. Ideas of how we may be able to utilize a rebid timer that may be different by carrier. Maybe now as they're all moving towards LTE, and we see that may occur in years down the road when everything sort of transitions over, when there's something beyond LTE too that we're starting to transition to also. But with all these technologies, the ability to get better location and use it is going to change, and it's going to continue to change over the years as new things come out. Next generation brings other capabilities, but it's going to bring more challenges. Those haven't been totally defined on how it's implemented and how it will come across. The whole idea of rebid is going to be just the same problem with next gen as we have today, but we're adding more complexities of new systems that are coming into it. So I think that a lot of the technologies we have are good. It's how we implement them, how we use them, how we display. What does uncertainty mean? How the telecommunicators, how is that information sort of told to them in a consistent way so they can utilize it to make it useful for them? How quickly could a rebid be done by carrier to make it the most useful? And as the carrier's technology changes, to update that idea on how you utilize that data into the networks. I think that could be a really valuable piece.
Jennifer.
Good morning. I think that policy and practice is very much important here. In the district, we do not rebid, and part of that is, as Lisa said, is because of the time constraints in answering the call and responding to it. And response time, having been I'm a retired police officer, so one of the things I do know as a former commander that when answering to the community with everything that is about response time and how fast you can respond to a particular incident. So looking at it now from the perspective of 911, which is very much a part of the response time, that when we look at how long it takes to rebid and get that information, it's easier to just ask the person where they are, if they can speak, where they are, what's their location, and send the police immediately to that particular location. Now, on the flip side, if a person cannot talk or it's an open line, then we do actually rebid the calls. But, we found sometimes that information also is not very accurate. And so when we look at it, and I understand from the carrier's perspective that they provided that technology and that it's out there for us to do, but it needs to come immediate, or else it's really of no use, because we need to get that information based on our time frame. We need to get that information out there as soon as possible to the responders.
Brian?
I'd just like to echo everything that's been said already. I think it's really quite fascinating, and I compliment everybody involved in the location process to try to improve the location capability through technology. But technology runs head-on into the operations part, which John, I think, is referring to. And, early on in this process, we had data very quickly, but not necessarily very accurately. And now we have data that will come in that perhaps is a little more accurate, but it may take much longer. If you're dealing with situations like in Lisa's PSAP or in Jennifer's PSAP, where you have to move calls and do this in a very timely fashion, how realistic is it for a 30, 40-second rebid to take place? And then secondly, how many PSAPs know that they have to keep rebidding or to push or to actually go out and pull the data, I guess is the best way to describe it. And, is there, and I will speak in a technologically naive way, but at least it begs the question. So really, you have to go out and pull the data. Is there any way possible to push that data? And that's it's a fundamental question. And so I do agree that there's the need for standards. And John, I thought, was extraordinarily articulate with standards associated with implementation. And then there's all sorts of questions regarding slower location capabilities, but perhaps more accurate information, and how that can be pushed and made more realistically available and usable to the 911 centers, given the real work situation that they're in, needs to be examined, needs to be discussed.
I'd like to focus on another element. I think, going to John's point, that there may be existing data that's out there that we could make better use of. And one of the things that was mentioned in a number of the presentations, particularly on the carrier side, was the confidence and uncertainty information, which is, in theory, the information that tells you when you're getting a phase 2 fix, how reliable or unreliable that fix is. So my first question is an operational one, which is that information being transmitted to the PSAPs? And if it is it being transmitted in a way that it's useful and meaningful? And if not, are there ways in which that process could be refined and improved to give better information that presumably the carriers have because they've generated it, though I don't know that they generate it all the same way, and that perhaps could be useful operationally for the PSAP. So I think what I'd like to ask on the PSAP side is, number one, do you get that information, and is it useful? And then follow up on that a little bit. And then I'm going to open it up for some audience questions. Anybody want to take that? Renee?
I get to. We do not get it all the time. And to echo Jennifer and Lisa, we don't have unions in South Carolina, and if a dispatcher is going to take a minute and a half or 2 minutes to get an ambulance en route because they're waiting to rebid something, they're going to be unemployed. I mean, we can't wait. It makes all that timing makes a difference, but that doesn't mean that we won't work with you guys to do that. We've got to educate each other and then move forward. I think we are, and thank you. I don't remember your name, CTIA guy. Right. Thank you very much, because that is what we're here to do today. All of the PSAP people, I think I can speak for those of us that have spoken. We want to work together to move forward. This isn't about somebody being wrong. It's about what we need to do to move forward. So, David, I know I got off track, but I think that, so no, we do not get it all the time, and it is always going to be important. Information is power, and it makes the difference whether we save a life or not. We just need to be able to get it quickly.
Okay. Terry?
And accurately, Lisa.
So Brian, I think Brian said it best. Brian said it best that, without saying it this way, it's an evolutionary process. Today, when we answer 911 calls, mine are set up for 20 seconds. I'm going to change it based on what I learned today to 25 seconds because every single call that I can increase the reliability on is important to me and my first responders. So if we look at it as an evolutionary process and we look at it as where we are today to ultimately, where Brian was alluding to, begging the question, isn't there a way to deliver it on setup? I think what we're doing is we're working through that process. Now, whether the process takes a day, a week, a month, or 5 years, but I can tell you in my PSAP, where I represent, is that 30 seconds, I'm going to be on the phone for 30 seconds, and even if it comes in at the end of that phone call, it still gives the dispatcher an opportunity to revalidate where they're sending. And the amount of time that we spend going through HR issues when someone's dispatched to a wrong address, we're able to mitigate over 50% of that by being able to validate that call in some form or fashion. So I think that there's value in any size, and I'm not talking about the routine calls because there's always going to be some extenuating call that the dispatcher is going to have to hang on the line. But the routine calls, routine kills police officers, routine cause us in the dispatch centers to send people to the wrong address without validating.
Other comments?
David, you asked. I'm not going to speak, from the public safety perspective, but you asked, is the confidence and uncertainty information that is being received, is that useful? And that's certainly not a question that the wireless industry is going to answer. But I think we need to recognize the inherent subjective nature of that question. And what I'm hearing today is, some and others who have filed with the FCC in the record, placing the preeminent, weight on accuracy of the information. Others, it's the timeliness of the information. I think, NINA and APCO, their best practices that were developed at the time of the last reshaping of the rules, recognized and contemplated and advised PSAPs of the rebid issue and the amount of time that may be implicated. Certainly, the technology is evolving, and maybe that is something to be re-examined. But I think as part of this discussion, we want to be in the room and we want to see if we can deliver on what will best enhance PSAP operational practices, but we also have to realize that there may not be one singular common standard that everybody agrees on, and so but we're absolutely willing to have that discussion.
Yes, Susan?
I just wanted to say that Verizon Wireless, and I believe every other wireless carrier, does send confidence and uncertainty with every phase 2 fix. So there has been there's been local exchange carriers that have, when working with their PSAP, have decided not to send that information. I think that's been pretty much resolved. I'm not sure. No. John says no. So if a PSAP is not getting that, they need to work with their 911 service provider, whether it be a LEC or somebody else, and make sure that they are getting delivered that information, and then also loop in the wireless carrier because we're interested as well in making sure you get it.
Okay, John, and then I'm going to ask create an opportunity for audience questions.
I'll do a real quick one on that, on confidence uncertainty. I know with us, from the carriers we work with, all of them are passing it through the alleys. So we're always seeing it go through. What we have seen is the PSAPs or their elect partners in situations block it going into the PSAP in many cases. Some of them feel, I was just in a PSAP 2 weeks ago, and I was looking at it, like, do you see uncertainty on your screen? He's like, no, we don't have it here. It was confusing for us, so we took it off. We don't display it. Even though the alley may pass it down to PSAP, that's another spot that they can, on their display on doing it. There are quite a few PSAPs, not a lot more that I can count on my hands, or we can count on all our hands here, that don't display uncertainty at the PSAP level, even though it is passed from all the carriers to the alleys, and in most cases from the alleys it may be passed down to the PSAP. It's a not misunderstanding of how to use it.
At this point, I'd like to give members of the audience an opportunity to ask questions or to make comments. If you have a question or a comment, we've got folks with wireless mics. Just raise your hand. I see several hands. Let's start. I see Jason Barber in the back. I'm going to start with him, and then we'll work around the room.
Thank you, David. Jason Barber, 911 Director for Johnston County, North Carolina. We were the first PSAP in North Carolina to turn on Phase 2 technology. So that was back in 2003. And what I'm hearing today is a lot very similar to what I heard when I was president of NENA back in 2007 and 2008. And I just encourage everybody to take the team approach because, as somebody said earlier, perception is reality. And Main Street America perceives that when they dial 911, we know where they're located. And in Johnston County, about 80% of our 911 calls are coming from cell phones. And roughly about 60% of them are Phase 2. We rebid automatically. We have since day one. Every 30 seconds we rebid. But it's a challenge when the caller is screaming bloody murder or their significant loved one is in danger. They don't know where they're located because we've got Interstate 40 and Interstate 95 crosses in our county. And when they don't know where they're located and the technology is not delivering that to us in a timely manner. And secondly, as somebody mentioned, only 8% of the households still have wireline-only devices. We're receiving a lot of calls from people indoors that need help, and they have no idea where they are. And I just encourage everybody to not get in a finger-pointing contest, but we need to move the bar forward from where we were in 2008 in improving indoor location accuracy, which at the end of the day will improve outdoor accuracy. And the answer to your question, David, we use uncertainty factor. We have from day one. I've preached that in North Carolina, that uncertainty factor is a huge tool in our toolbox, if you will, for trying to locate the caller. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I see Steve Souter as well, and then we'll work our way around.
Good morning. My name is Steve Souter, and I'm the director of the Fairfax County 911 Center. In 2009, in the first month after the then chairman, Janikowski, assumed his chair in this building, there were a number of 911 issues that he was confronting. And he requested to come to a 911 center and just actually sit along with a call taker and see what the issues were in real life. The call taker that he sat along with is Steve McMurray, which is over here to my right. And he spent about 4 hours under a headset listening to and taking 911 calls. At some point in time, he said, what would happen if I were to make a 911 call from right here? And I said, well, first of all, you won't get in trouble. And secondly, he said, may I do that? And he did. And he's elbow to elbow with a call taker. And when the call came in and it identified on the map where he was located, it put him in the middle of the Costco store, which was 1/2 mile from the 911 center where he was calling from. And if you know a Costco store, because our mapping system is very accurate, it put him near where you would normally pick up a roasted chicken to take home. We did a rebid, thinking that this would absolutely bring him closer to where he really was. And what it did was to move him within that store to where you buy hot dogs and pizza. He said, wow, this is unacceptable. And we said, yes, sir. That was 4 years ago. To Jason's point, if you were to go in front of this building right now and interviewed the first 18 people that went by and asked them if when they called 911, they thought that the 911 call taker would know where they were at, I think that there would be a 100% accuracy rate to that question. In 1994, to Brian's point made earlier, the parent legislation 94-102 was passed, which then gave rise to all of the various amendments and adjustments as technology improved. Here we are, 19 years later, and this issue is still very much on the forefront of what we do. The number one person in the 911 field is the call taker. And the number one question they ask on every call that is received is, where is your emergency? It isn't the what is your emergency. It isn't the how of your emergency. It isn't the when of your emergency. It's where is your emergency, because the location of the caller is so critical. Those unsung heroes, the 911 call takers of America, today will answer 260,000 911 calls. That's a lot of calls and a lot of questions. Where are you at? After the Cal Nina study was released, we read the results, and quite frankly, we were frightened by what we read. So we said to ourselves, we're going to do our own internal analysis. And we did, and it identified that in one carrier, we were only getting phase 1 on 84%. I beg your pardon. We were not getting phase 1 on 84% of the calls that we received. And we did that through the other carriers with somewhat similar results, plus or minus here or there. We then found out that the carriers had told California, you're doing this wrong. You need to rebid, if you will, which prior to that, we had left that to be an option of our call takers. So then we invoked automatic rebid, and for the last 6 weeks, we have been doing automatic rebid on every call that we receive, which means that the call taker themselves does not do anything. The system automatically provides that phase 2 DIP or rebid information. We thought that there would be a quantum improvement from what it was to what it is, and now we are only getting phase 2 information 52% of the time. 52% of the time. If you need a surgery and were looking for a surgeon and did a search on the internet and found somebody that only had a 52% success rate, I don't think that would be the surgeon that you would go to. Similarly, if you went and bought a GPS for your family at Christmas, and every time you put in the address, it only took you to where you wanted to go 52% of the time, that would not make you very confident. We're not here, meaning we, the 911 community, to point fingers, to assess blame, to find fault. We're here to work with everybody in this room and resolve this problem. And I would suggest, perhaps I would implore the commission to hold another workshop 365 days from today, bring the same group of people back, but give us clear instructions of exactly what you want us to do and charge us with the responsibility of making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me actually let me take something that both Jason and Steve talked about and put it to the group, and then if time permits, we'll try to get some more questions from the audience. Let's assume that we collectively there is a decision made that increased rebidding could help to solve at least one aspect of the problem that we're looking at. But from everything that I've heard from all the presentations, even with auto rebidding, the numbers may vary, but there is still going to be some percentage of calls where you could auto rebid. Let's assume that the call lasts long enough that you can do the auto rebid. You're still not getting a phase 2 fix, or perhaps not a reliable phase 2 fix. How do we tackle that problem? Terry talked about one instance, which was a call where it took 23 minutes to find someone who was the victim of a sexual assault. That's clearly unacceptable. But how do we actually tackle that problem? No technology is perfect. I think we all recognize that. But I'd like to get the thoughts of the folks at the round table about what do we focus on, and in particular, do we need to be focusing on the indoor location aspect of this problem? Who wants to go first? I'm going to start with Susan, then go to Renee.
Yes, as I said, that I think we should always continually look to improve tech location, and indoor is a challenging area, and it does need, we need to look at new technologies as they come in to see if they can improve on the indoor situation. What's needed, though, is the CISRIC type test bed where, there's an independent authority or group that does these evaluations. Each vendor is compared in an apples to apples kind of way, and not only with regard to accuracy, but their commercial viability. Can this be deployed and maintained in a commercial network nationwide. That's an important criteria as well. So that is probably the component that I think is the most important, is we need a way to evaluate these technologies independent of vendor claims of how their technologies work.
Renee, I think you had a comment, and then John. Yes.
Yes, excuse me, yes, we can fix it. And today we've heard about other data that is available that we don't have access, but we'll take that data. We do have another hour in the day we can put towards this, and we'll put as many hours as we need to put towards it. And so, yes, this group can resolve this issue, and as long as we keep this open communications, and we've heard a lot of people talk about not pointing fingers today, and you know what, if we find out it's the PSAPs, I'll be the first one to tell you we were wrong, and let's go forward. But it's not about who is wrong. It's about what we're going to do to fix it. And Steve, thanks for 365 days, but we need to hit the road running here. And you do have the right group of people, I think, in this room, as long as we continue to talk to each other and we understand each other's part of it. So I say we can.
Yes, John.
So today we're seeing a lot more of the 911 calls coming from indoors, and we're seeing that. And one of the things that we have to look at, instead of just looking at indoor technologies, some of the location technologies looking at indoors are great for shopping malls and commercial locations where they're planning to deploy them. But we also have to look at where are the 911 calls coming from that are indoors, that are people needing help. I've heard a lot about things coming from houses and people's homes and the places where they're being located. I think there's a lot of location technologies that are things that we have out there that are starting to help. There's like I mentioned before, there's the femtocells that help to address where people are. There's small microcells and femtocells that are very small, but we may be presenting that to the PSAPs as a phase 1 cell site, so it's being completely dismissed, even though it may only have a radius of 50 feet. There's the idea that even if we do get an accurate X, Y, and a Z, how can we find the person inside of a house? There's not mapping systems that are out there that can take an accurate X, Y, and Z and tell you what apartment it is. I mean, we look at it for 911, the best way to find a location when people are is providing an address. You're probably getting, when you're asking people where they are, you're asking for an address. If somebody, I remember John Melcher a long time ago said, Bubba, don't speak XY. I mean, you can't take an XY and necessarily find exactly where the location is. And so that's going to be, if we get it really, the thing that worries me the most, if we got a really accurate XY, we may not be able to get to an address to be able to find out where the person is. So the things we need to get to is a really accurate address. And I see a lot of the stuff we already have today, femtocells, microcells, picocells. We could provide the address of where some of these are if they're serving an indoor location and utilize a lot of that. I think things that we're doing with, there's a lot of confusion with how we use class of service and stuff. I think a lot of it is the standardization, implementation, and uniformity of how we do the operational aspects of a lot of the data we already have.
Yes, Lisa.
So to answer your question, yes, I would like to see some, I don't know if you call it a requirement, a recommendation, whatever it is, that rebidding be set up for any center that takes wireless calls. That just be something that's ubiquitous across all the 911 PSAPs. The other thing that I would like to see is that there is a standardization in the delivery of my center, we use the confidence and uncertainty. My dispatchers look at that and they say, oh, this is ridiculous. It's 1,700 square, whatever. They're not even looking at, they'll disregard it. If it's just the phase 1 stuff, I would just like to see 0. I'm not sure. I'm not speaking for other PSAPs. I'd just like to see 0 across the carriers. If it's accurate within a certain percentage, I could live with that, even if it's 50 feet or 500 feet or 500 meters, whatever it is. I'd just like to see some kind of regulation where it all looks the same so that dispatchers aren't having to spend time trying to figure out which carrier it is. And as to indoor accuracy, I can tell you in my city, if there's a high-rise structure fire and I have to be in the building, I would rather San Francisco be responding to it because this is what they do for a living. They're very good at high-rise structure fires. What they're not good at is finding where a victim is in a stairwell who doesn't remember how many flights of stairs they've gone down, they're confused, they're disoriented. I need to know where they are precisely. I need to know with an area of probability whether I'm going to send a firefighter in to risk their life to try and rescue this person or whether we're going to be hauling 4 people out. So yes, the Z coordinate is absolutely imperative in San Francisco, and XY accuracy is absolutely imperative. And I promise not to speak anymore.
As someone who used to work in a high-rise in San Francisco, I hear you. Yes, Brian.
Yeah, there are 2 points I'd like to make. One is on the issue of indoor location accuracy. This has been a subject in FCC dockets and also the past CISRIC. And I'm still hearing rhetoric, well, let's just have another CISRIC address it again. And, we can be addressing this issue for 2, 3, 4, 5 CISRICs down the road, and we'll be in a situation by that time of probably 60% of the U.S. households being wireless only. And also, I think that we need to just take a look at what can be done to remove the uncertainty associated with indoor location. It doesn't take a lot to figure out that if I'm a carrier, some of my colleagues here, that if the FCC is contemplating doing something, then why would I want to run out and do anything if they're going to be contemplating this? And I'm not sure what it is that they're going to come up with, but I'm just going to hold off for a while. And so that uncertainty creates a great deal of delay, to be quite truthful. And I truly support what Susan said with respect to making sure that the technology works. And I compliment CISRIC, the past one, for the test beds that they set up and others for doing the test beds since then. Because, man, we know what it was in the 90s when there were no test beds. And it was a very difficult situation. So that's the first observation. The second observation is I've heard a lot of reference to data in this morning's session. And that is one thing that I'm sure the carriers certainly collect data, and that's one area where I think 911 could improve its work, is collecting the data and analyzing the data, not just the number of 911 calls or the number of phase 1 calls or phase 2 calls, to do a deeper dive in the analysis that would allow us to speak to the carrier components and say, this is what we're seeing, what are you seeing, so that we're speaking data to data, so to speak, rather than speaking from one side with their data and the other side with perhaps a less effective body of data that would help identify the issues and help explain them. So those are 2 points I want to conclude with.
Let's see. I wanted to. We only got a few minutes left, so I'd like to see if there are other questions or comments from the audience. I saw some other hands, and okay, I see a gentleman there. He's raising his hand.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nathan Lee. I'm the president of the Denise Amber Lee Foundation, and my wife is that data. My wife made a call in 2008 that wasn't able to be transmitted, located. She ended up being murdered, and my 2 boys were left without a mother. I've heard a lot of finger pointing this morning. This seems like this is a battle between the 911 industry and the cell providers. I think we're all getting that sense. But what I know is I've never met a more group of dedicated people in my life than the people in the 911 industry. And I know that if they're told to do something, they're going to do it. And every single one of them wishes that there was a 100% success rate for finding people when they're in need. And that will never happen. But standardization of some sort will reduce human error. And better technology will reduce human error. And it seems to me that the technology is available. I can pull out my phone right now, and it will tell me where I'm at within seconds. Google and Siri can tell me where I'm at quicker than 911 can. And that is unacceptable. And I just really hope that that we can find a solution, and that this can not wait another 365 days, and that this can happen now. It should have happened 10 years ago, or my wife would still be here. And I also want to say, think about this. How many people have died since this class has started today because we couldn't locate them with 911? I bet that's a number that we don't want to know. So, thank you.
Thank you, and our hearts go out to you for your loss. I think it underscores the importance of the issue that we are talking about today. We have a few minutes left. Are there other questions or comments? Then what I'd like to do is perhaps just ask each member of the roundtable to just give maybe a closing thought on this morning's roundtable. We'll just kind of run around the room, if that's all right, and with also the understanding that we're going to be coming back in the afternoon, and we will be bringing in some of the technology vendors and others that are looking at solving some of the technological challenges that we face. We'd like to have all of the members of this roundtable stay for that roundtable as well, to listen to the conversation, to the presentations, and again, to expand the discussion. And perhaps look at some of the technological solutions that are either ready to be implemented or that could be implemented in the future. But I'd just like to ask for maybe a closing comment, a short closing comment from each of the participants, and I'll start with Brian.
Closing comments. I just want to thank everybody and the Bureau certainly for pulling this together. I think that this is not a finger-pointing exercise, and in the battle that Nathan articulated, we are all on that same battle front, each doing what we can to improve 911 location. Through this process, however, I think we've learned that there's a lot of additional ways that we can provide and share information that may improve the process, a lot of data that could be shared that would help folks on both sides, and all parties, I should say, understand how the data are being used, what needs to be done to get the data in the right time frame, etc. So I congratulate everybody, and I certainly look forward to working with all parties to improve 911 location. We've come a long way in a long time, and I hope that we can go further down the road in a shorter period of time. Thank you.
Susan?
Yes. 911, as I said before, is very important to Verizon Wireless, and it's very important to me personally. And I look forward to working with public safety in a collaborative manner to do whatever we can to develop standards, to look for new improved technologies, whatever it takes to make sure it's the best that it can possibly be.
Thank you, Karen.
Okay, and again, I appreciate everybody's comments today. We look at the data from a statewide perspective with 455 PSAPs, and having a standard not only in California but nationwide when citizens are so mobile right now, rebidding should be a standard across the nation. However we do that. I just learned today, had no idea, that the LECs were not sending the confidence and uncertainty information to all the PSAPs. With 455 PSAPs, I'm sure we have a myriad of different issues out there with that. The equipment standards, we need to be looking at that, because the wireless carriers could be providing the information, but if our equipment isn't capturing it as it should be, the end result remains the same. Is that we can't get the phase 2 location accuracy data. So I'm really pleased with the FCC for having this workshop today, and I'm very pleased to be a part of the roundtable. Thank you.
Ryan?
Appreciate also the opportunity to be here. I echo Susan's comments. T-Mobile also takes 911 very seriously. We spend a lot of time and resources trying to make sure that those unfortunate experiences are handled as best they can be, and that we provide the best information that's possible. I think that a couple of the takeaways that from what I've heard today and my summary so far is that I think there are opportunities to further optimize the technologies that are already deployed and already implemented through operational and educational kinds of activities. I think that it's important that to fully utilize the technology that's already available. And I'm also very excited about the technologies that are on the horizon. I think that the CSRIC process, maybe it doesn't move as fast as we would like, but I think it's absolutely essential to sort out the otherwise unsortable claims from different parties, to have that apples-to-apples comparison, and would love to see that continue in the CSRIC 4. Thank you.
Gina?
Sprint 2. I mean, I think it's our goal. Most everybody in this room is dedicated some way to 911. I've been doing it for 15 years. It's very personal to me as well, because I had an uncle who died on a golf course in Hawaii because they couldn't find him. So again, I think a lot of people have personal tragedies and stories to do what they do. I reiterate what both of these guys have said. Technology is moving at a very fast pace. We are always looking for ways to improve what's going on. The communication today has been wonderful, and I don't view it as finger pointing. It's been eye-opening. I had no idea so many of you did not do any rebeds or know that you had to pull the data to get it. So I think this is a very good conversation we've had today, and that I think we can all take a lot from it and look forward to trying to settle some of these issues going forward.
Lisa?
I'd really like to thank David's and the FCC for having the foresight to invite, and please don't take this as an insult, people who've had real-life experience having to deal with these calls, as some of the other PSAP people here have had. It's kind of eye-opening to look at, from my perspective. I know the wireless service providers are doing 100% the best that they can do, but because we don't understand what they're doing sometimes, or we don't have full knowledge of what they're doing, the information isn't trickling down. And I guess it's going to become more incumbent on us as PSAP directors, managers, emergency telecommunications operators, to make sure that we are fundamentally aware of what's going on in the industry, understand the technology, which I believe my staff really do, because if it wasn't for a staff when I was walking through the room saying to me, how come we never get wireless phase 2 anymore, I would have not realized that this was a problem or started researching it. And thankfully some of the other PSAP members that are here, Danita, thank you, for getting on the bandwagon and looking at this data in more detail. But I think it's really incumbent on us to understand what's available to us information-wise, and when we don't have a piece of information, reaching out to the wireless service providers to get that and working with them collaboratively to make the best system we can. There's nothing worse for a dispatcher than to have a failure, but the biggest failure is when they can't even find the person. It's very disheartening, and the cumulative stress winds up with me losing a lot of staff over time, which I'd like to prevent as well. So thank you very much for inviting us.
Renee?
I would like to thank everyone, too, and all the resources sitting out in the audience. It's obvious that this is a very important issue, and I feel very positive and have a great outlook that we are going to be successful and that we will move forward, because everybody involved in 911 always wants to be successful. Who doesn't want to be a champion of 911? And the reality is, if we saved one life from every minute we spent in this room today, then we were successful. And that's really what it's about. So I'm excited let's get busy and do what we need to do to move forward and hopefully educate each other and keep going forward. That's the most important thing, is to go forward. Thank you.
Terry?
First off, I'd like to say thanks to the Davids as well and Lisa for bringing this up in the unfortunate manner that she did. But I tell you what, at APCO, we really appreciate the opportunity to sit in this venue with the FCC. I've taken away some things today that are very productive. And from APCO's perspective, we urge you to continue looking at accuracy, particularly indoor. We also believe that technology should be rebid, and it should be rebid automatically. And as a sidebar, on break, I sent a text to my vendor and have told them to go ahead and change the parameters of my rebidding based on information I received today. And I chose not to do that when I got back, because Murphy's Law lives in York County, and the call that would come in, the very first one I'm going to be able to help with a rebid with the longer duration, would happen while I'm on a train headed to New York. Secondly, I think that everything that we're doing here is a partnership. I think there could be a little bit of finger pointing on it, but I think that breeds resolution, because until you can define the problem, you can't come up with an adequate solution. We believe that there should be standards, and that we feel strongly about that, and look forward to what this brings next. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Thank you very much. I would like to first thank you all for inviting us here today and setting this whole thing up. One thing I look at is I look at the people that are here. I mean Susan Sherwood and Kelly Springer, who's not here, and Jenna Gray and Ryan, who I don't know as well. they've been involved in the 911 industry for a long time, and I know personally they're really committed to 911. What Susan says is really from her heart. I know that of talking to her at the time. She really cares how it works, and I know that with the people that have been there for all of the ones in the carrier side, I really care about that. The people in 911, most of the time, it's sort of the longest tenure of people have been in it for a long time that have been doing it. And I think the same way in sort of the PSAP world. I think that's also causes us a little bit to say this is the way we've always done things. And as things have changed, this gives us the opportunity to relook at that. I think a lot with this rebid, it's like, well, we've always done it that way. None of the wireless carrier side, the vendor side, and the PSAP side never really thought about that so much. This has really opened my eyes a lot today. I think this has been really good, I think, for all of us here. But I really thank you guys for setting this up.
Brian.
And I'm heartened by today's discussion. I think that there's actually been a very positive tone. I think I'm not going to quibble about the finger pointing. I don't think it's finger pointing. I think everyone's come together and saying, as Terry said earlier, let's be in the same room. Let's identify the issues. Let's unpack these issues and get to the bottom of them. I don't think you hear anybody in this room saying there's no enhancement to be made. I think from the wireless industry's perspective, we are used to change. We are constantly changing, whether it's portions of our network infrastructure rollout, the technologies of the air interfaces, the location technologies, and everyone in this room, I think, shares the common goal of improving public safety with wireless. Certainly from the CTIA perspective, the wireless. I've sat in this room with David. The wireless industry voluntarily has rolled out wireless emergency alerts to protect wireless users. This morning on my way in, I heard on the radio, the Peoria, Illinois area, somebody received the tornado warning on their phone, got to safety, and was okay as the tornado ripped through their town. So these are the things that the wireless industry really takes seriously. We're evolving WIA. We're evolving E911. We're working to roll out text to 911, next gen 911. We want to do this. We want to get it right. When it is the most important communication that you're going to get over your wireless device, we want it to work. We want it to be effective. So I think we've heard today very strong, interest in a cooperative approach. I think that we've heard it's not just about the technology, but there are operational issues that we need to address as well, and we certainly would look forward to working with our public safety partners to do that. So with regard to indoor location accuracy, I look forward to hearing about the presentations this afternoon. I do know that, and I share Ryan's comment that the CISRIC work done to date, has been very helpful. I think it's also indicated that there's some more evaluation to be done, and we, as you heard from the carrier representatives, will be involved in that. We'll be a part of that to try to advance that. So I look forward to the continuing dialogue, and CTIA, shortly after the Calnina study, CTIA and wireless carriers said, we're willing to talk. We're willing to work through the data, identify some of the points that need to be revisited. We stand by that offer, so we look forward to that.
Thank you. And Jennifer?
Thank you for allowing me to be a part of this important conversation today. This roundtable has been very helpful, and I appreciate the fact that you all are hosting it. The one thing that I will be taking away is that there are certainly business processes that I need to look at within the Office of Unified Communications to ensure that we are doing the best that we can for the residents and the visitors to the District of Columbia. That in this city where everyone thinks that they are important, and that and certainly there are some important people here that we need to ensure that we're doing the best for them, and certainly as the gentleman who lost his wife, and my condolences. The fact of the matter is, I listened to a call taker. And this has been publicized. I listened to a DC call taker, struggling to get an address right while a a person on the other line, a witness to an altercation, was trying to describe where he was and explain what was going on, that somebody had a knife and somebody had a gun and so on and so forth. And during that whole time frame, which took almost 10 minutes, which ended in a gunshot and someone, being killed, the fact, and in that whole time frame, the address was never, she never got the address correct. The fact of the matter is that it's important, to be able to get that information and to be able to send help as expeditiously as possible. And also, when it comes down to indoor locations, that's going to be even more important as, this city anyway is growing. And we certainly have, most we're concrete jungle, so most people are inside locations and looking for assistance and so on and so forth. So I do appreciate this conversation. I look forward to this afternoon's discussions and just want to thank you for it.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'd like to thank all of the participants and everyone who contributed questions and comments. We ran a little bit over, but I think that the discussion was well worth it. We will be back at 1:30. We are hoping to have Chairman Wheeler stop by for a few brief remarks, and then we will move on to the technology portion of the workshop. So thank you all.
Thank you for your participation.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. We had a terrific discussion this morning, and we're looking to a very informative and important discussion this afternoon. I would like to kick it off with introducing our very new chairman of the FCC, Tom Wheeler, who is very committed to these issues and wanted to come down and speak to you today.
Thank you, David. You were right on both counts. One, I'm very new, and two, I'm very committed. And I have a witness here who was a co-conspirator with me in many of these things over the years. I have been pro 911 and pro 911 location since the beginning of the location challenge, and I was telling the Davids a story the other day that I might as well share here, and that is that one of the really spooky things about my new job is I used to come into that very same office on bended knee, and now I'm sitting there experiencing it from the other side. But I had a flashback to a day when Reed Hunt called me and said, "I want you to come down here because I have something you should listen to." And the appropriate answer is always yes, Mr. Chairman. And I came down to see him, and this was back in the days of cassette tape recorders, and it's sitting on a coffee table by his seating area, and he punches the button, and it's a recording of a woman in Texas stuck on a railroad track. Her car has died. She's stuck on a railroad track. It was the days of car phones before pocket phones, and she'd called 911. And the 911 operator was saying, "Well, where are you?" "Well, I'm on a railroad track." "Well, where are you?" And she didn't know because she was new to the area and she was kind of out in the wilds. And then all of a sudden, you hear a train whistle. And she becomes increasingly hysterical. And the train whistle is louder and louder and louder. The 911, the PSET operator is saying, "Get out of the car, get out of the car." She does, and then you hear the crunch as the train hits the car. And Reed turns to me and says, "We're going to solve this." And that was the beginning of a concerted effort to get location capabilities from wireless devices. Brian will remember that I took this to the CTIA board, that we would support such a thing, and it was a tie vote at the board meeting. And I was a member of the board, and so I had to decide to cast the tie-breaking vote, which is not a healthy situation for a person who's running a trade association. But I voted in favor of the fact that there should be location requirements and there should be 911 rules. And then Brian and I worked together hard to pass the 911 law, to make it a standard. I still get amazed over the fact that you used to dial 911 in Chicago and get a recording that would tell you to dial 999. But so I hope that you put me down as an advocate of what you all are working on, and that we can work together to deal with the next generation of challenges facing us all, because an awful lot has changed since those days. Mobile has grown from an ancillary service to an essential, if not the key, service. The nature of mobile has changed from a car phone with that poor lady sitting on the tracks to the phone that we all have in our pockets and take everywhere. And so the expectations and the needs change with that as well. I understand the Phase 2 accuracy problems that are extant today. David have done a great job of picking up where my experience had left off and getting me up to speed. I've read the Cal Nina information. I've looked at some of the shocking graphic representations of what's going on. I understand the in-building challenge, and I really look at the challenge in three parts. We need to address the technology. We need to get the technology to get in building. We need to make sure that the industry and PSAPs are continuing their technological evolution, and it is a two-way street. Brian and I used to worry a lot about, as we live through Phase 1 and Phase 2, about, okay, the carrier is doing something, but the PSAP isn't ready to get the information. And so it is very much a two-way street. And thirdly, I recognize that there is a regulatory responsibility inherent in all of this. So I'm very excited about this workshop. David was just telling me that he was very pleased about what happened this morning. I'm glad that got off to a good start. I'm looking forward to hearing what happens the rest of the day. But we've got some serious work ahead of us, and I look forward to working with you as we tackle this new set of challenges. We got here from a standing start. We can keep moving, and we should keep moving. So thank you very much for letting me bust into your meeting. Good.
Let me introduce Tim May, who is our 911 team leader in the Bureau, who is going to be the moderator of the next panel, and he'll introduce the panel.
Great. Good afternoon, everybody. This afternoon we're going to turn to today's second topic, which is the future of E911 location information. The results of the recent CISRIC testbed appear to provide hope for a near-term improvement in indoor location technologies. So to begin our session, we'll have presentations on advancements in location-based technologies. Today we're going to hear from, and we don't have time to go through the prodigious biographies of these individuals, but I encourage you to look at the brochure that we have. We have an excellent panel today. We have Ganesh Padabiraman, who is co-founder and president of NextNav. We have Kirk Burrows, the Senior Director of Technology for Qualcomm Engineering Services Group. Rob Anderson, Chief Technology Officer with TruePosition. Timothy Lorello, Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing Officer for Telecommunications Systems, or TCS. We have Carol Politi, Chief Executive Officer for TRX Systems, and David DiLorenzo, Principal Research Engineer for Polaris. So I think we'll just proceed in the order. These presenters will briefly survey the results of the CISRIC San Francisco testbed, developments since the testbed, and provide an overview of the near-term opportunity for these technologies to provide more accurate and timely location information in indoor and dense urban environments. We'll then have a roundtable discussion on near-term solutions to address observed trends in E911 provision and retrieval, location solutions offered by new communications networks such as LTE, and leveraging commercial location-based technologies for public safety uses. So, Ganesh.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. I've got a few slides that I had sent, and I'd request they be brought up.
I think you have the clicker right there, actually.
Okay. Okay, great. So I'll talk about location and the state of location. And first of all, I want to thank the FCC for putting together this panel and this workshop, because I think these issues have been in discussion and progression, and I believe provide a natural, state check on the industry from the work that's been going on for the last 3-4 years. And so I believe this is a great framework to bring it all onto the table and address the issues. I want to, first of all, I talk about exactly the issue that we're dealing with. I mean, fundamentally, the issue that we're dealing with on location is the public safety consumer bond, or the sort of like a hypocritical oath that the public safety and call takers take when they are part of the 911 ecosystem. And I think that is key, because one has to understand all their actions are governed in trying to address that bond and that relationship that they have established with the public when they call in an emergency situation. And the issues that we discussed this morning, although point to some logistical operational issues that need to be addressed, but I think there are some fundamental structural issues that need to be addressed. And some of those emerge from the fact that the calls, et cetera, that are coming more and more from indoor locations are causing some of the issues that we observe at the output and at the PSAP end. And so therefore, with more than 100% of the population being mobile, that bond is getting frayed. With 70% of 911 calls coming from wireless and nearly 60% of wireless calls coming from indoor locations, you can clearly see that the existing infrastructure needs some fundamental restructuring. I believe the FCC has taken a number of steps, to be honest, that address this public policy issue, starting with the CSRIC committee, the NPRMs that have been put to public notice since 2010 on the subject of indoor location. But I believe it's also now the appropriate time to consolidate all the feedback that has been received over the last 3 or 4 years and formulate policy on an effective ground, on a firm ground. So what I want to talk about a little bit is some of the basic tenets of any location system. And at the end of the day, what is it that the public safety community expects? First of all, the 3 tenets are, in my mind, in indoor: horizontal accuracy, vertical accuracy, and issues around yield, and I guess some of the time to fix issues that emerged today. So I think in the CSRIC 3 report that we put together over the last 2 years, there was a clear public safety recommendation that basically said that we need, as an industry and as an ecosystem, need to get to high precision indoor positioning. We need to get to a point where the positioning is actionable and we can dispatch that address. And what public safety recommended was that would be around 50 meters of precision or better. Tighter precision is better, but obviously from what is technically feasible today, 50 meters seemed to be the sweet spot that they desired to get to that level of precision. So I think as part of that effort, we in the C-Strict 3 committee actually went out and solicited feedback from a number of companies and asked them whether they could meet the existing recommendations on the 50 meters and 150 meters. And we actually got a number of companies, about a dozen companies, which claimed that they could provide that type of capability. So it's fundamental to recognize that there is a lot of companies that can provide that capability, and we can achieve that goal, starting with the 150 initially, but eventually getting to the higher precision of 50 meters, 80% of the time or higher. Second, the vertical. Now, fundamentally, in any indoor environment, vertical is crucially important, because if we say that you need 50 meters of precision, now if you're talking to a person on the 10th floor of a building, that actually means that the search area where the first responder needs to be dispatched to could be a magnitude of which could increase your horizontal search space from over a 5 to 10x factor. So it has a deleterious effect in terms of finding the person, which is ultimately the goal. There have been various technologies that have been documented which claim to provide this kind of capability. There are certainly DAS systems, there's femto and Wi-Fi types of technologies, there's barosensors, with a number of companies claiming they can use those to provide precise positioning. One of the arguments we hear often from the industry is that, well, altitude is great, but you're giving me feet, meters above ground. What can I do to get it to actual floor level? The important thing is that a lot of these systems actually that are in place do support the capability to provide or display location information in the vertical. And in some PSAPs, I understand they actually have a limited number of consoles with internet capabilities. There you can actually punch in a lat-long alt and you can get a actual reference to where the person is located. In the other cases, you can use relative positioning. In vertical is one of those cases where you can say the person is at X meters above ground and you are at Y meters, and therefore approximately where you are. So as a stopgap measure, you could start with the getting to the floor level precision, which is the ultimate goal that public safety wants to get at. So we believe those are challenges that can be easily overcome. Finally, the key parameter that we want to talk about is yield. I think yield is one of those big issues that we all talked about, and it really has many different interpretations. One of the big challenges is that yield is a measure of how good the location technology performs in various challenging RF environments. And therefore, there's a big challenge in terms of trying to deliver the appropriate level of yield with the appropriate level of accuracy. If you look at a system that delivers a 20% yield and compare it to a system that delivers a 95 or 98% yield, then you are at a mix in terms of actionable actions that a public safety personnel can take. So it's important that we actually get not only high precision in the mix, but also the yields that are appropriate. And we've suggested, you could look at all the parameters on which location is computed, or define a certain yield threshold. Only look at position estimates greater than 95% to do a true comparison of location technologies. So again, those are some of the key issues we hope that the FCC will address in the coming months in any sort of decision-making process. Fundamentally, I think we are at the inflection point where the ecosystem is healthy. There are a number of companies that can deliver high precision indoor location. The need for public safety and calling in indoor locations is only increasing significantly, and we've all seen the stats from it. The building blocks exist, and it's a question of putting all of them effectively to come up with a policy that is viable and it's achievable in the near term. one aspect that I know everybody talks about is all the challenges that are required in getting indoor location. But I think we as an industry need to recognize that 10 years ago, when we all started working on this in this space, we did not have a single GPS chipset inside cell phones. We did not have the core network elements of, the MPC and PDE, which are now common parlance, and everybody's looking at the call flows and timing diagrams saying, where things go. So if we as an industry can put that together and effectively solve the problem, I think the issues that we're talking about right now are quite minor and could be addressed in due course of time.
Great. Thank you. Kirk?
Thank you. Do I press start? There we go. There we go. All right. So thank you very much for having us here. It's our honor. This presentation talks about the technologies that are in use today and the technologies that are available to us in the very near future. We start with the baseline. In the CISRC report, there was Qualcomm was listed as one of the technology vendors. This is the technology that was actually used. It's today's hybrid AGPS plus AFLT. Really, the credit should go to Sprint and Verizon for publicly displaying their existing 911 solution as it exists today. First time I think it's got that direct level of visibility. Thank you. So hybrid AGPS and AFLT, basically, of course, is AGPS. That's the dominant solution, at least historically, and still now. And then basically you can range from the satellites or you can range from the base stations. And that's why it's a hybrid solution. So it has this seamless transition from outdoors to indoors. You can always find, if you can communicate, if you can make a 911 call, you're at least talking to one base station. Of course, at some point you'll get down to just the serving cell information. Enhanced cell ID is somewhere in the middle. So you've got this graceful degradation from AGPS to AFLT to enhanced cell ID to cell ID. Of course, only the CDMA carriers had the AFLT component today. But LTE is the harmonizing air interface protocol that's coming out, and all carriers will have the equivalent of AFLT and LTE. The reason this data was very, very important is it gave us a baseline. CISRC was attempting to say we need to do better. Well, we need to do better than what? So we wanted to get the baseline out there. So that performance has been published. And here's the actual table from the CISRC report. You can see the numbers across the four morphologies. Despite the attempts to put all the testing indoors in the rural setting, that number 48 is actually AGPS. I always like to tell people AGPS works indoors because it does, but to a point. As you go forward and newer technologies exist, observed time difference of arrival was mentioned today by a couple of the carriers. A very key technology that I'm going to discuss quite extensively here in the next few slides. And then wireless LAN. Wireless LAN, I think, is also key. There was a reference earlier today about how Google can give your position. Well, Google's given your position most likely based on wireless LAN. So the question is, how do you take that wonderful positioning technology and bring it into a 911 ecosystem? It's not as straightforward as it might sound, and that's why it's not there right now. So the types of things that are changing in the industry that will allow us to improve indoor location accuracy for 911. First and foremost, you have new access networks. You have basically 4G, LTE, with its observed time difference of arrival, and you have wireless LAN. You go back in time, most people were turning off their wireless LAN antenna on their phone. This day and age, they're turning it on. Right? Kids look for wireless LAN to get away from the data bucket minutes allocation. Right? Carriers are rushing towards data offloading because they want all the traffic on wireless LAN. So wireless LAN is also has ranging capabilities, signal strength, round trip time. These things can be leveraged. You got multiple radio technology, right? The device is simultaneously on two different access networks. New technologies, LTE, OTDA, I'll expand on a little bit more, but OTDA is based on a highly detectable pilot. So the actual E-Node Bs are themselves positioning beacons that provide this positioning reference signal just for positioning. And then, of course, I just mentioned the multi-rack capability. The fact that you're simultaneously on multiple radio access technologies, you can use them all in a greater hybrid solution. And the network topology is also changing. The cells are getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Small cells, femtocells, change the topology, and it's changing in the way that the cells are smaller and smaller cells make for better positioning. Wireless WAN. What makes wireless WAN the path to go down? It's the path that we did with CDMA. AFLT was a wonderful positioning technology. But if you go to wireless WAN, you find wireless WAN inherently penetrates indoors because that's where the cell phone calls are being made. It had to be synchronous. CDMA was synchronous. LTE will be synchronous. And by allowing it to be synchronous, you can range from the position of the transmitters. You're leveraging the existing infrastructure. So it's the carriers are already deploying the infrastructure that enables positioning now. You're leveraging the existing modem. There's no new technology needed in the handset. Of course, the carriers take great care in where these transmitters are located. You get multiple bands. That's another key thing. So if you look at most carriers, they've got multiple bands of OTDOA, LTE, so they'll have multiple bands of OTDOA, and they'll be able to range across all of them. And you get different multipath characteristics across the different bands, and helps make better position estimates. Strong ecosystem, multiple vendors. Carriers can choose their infrastructure from a wide range of vendors, wide range of handsets. In the name of time, I won't go into all the details about how OTDOA works, but of course it's just a ranging technology. It's an observed time difference of arrival. This particular figure just those 3 base stations, but in reality you're going to see 10 base stations, 20 base stations, 30 base stations, so you'll have all of these potential places you can be intersecting, and the more of them you have, it gets overdetermined. You can resolve things like multipath, and other techniques can be put in the software to make it perform very, very well. And I do want to spend a little bit of time on positioning reference signals. What makes OTDOA so special? OTDOA is not just AFLT. AFLT was a reuse of the existing CDMA pilot that was there just for communication. In LTE, they've taken a percentage of the bandwidth of the air interface, which is precious because you bought it, but they've dedicated it to this positioning reference signal, and the positioning reference signal is actually independent in 3 different domains. Code domain, which is how CDMA works. You separate the beacons you see by codes, but it's also independent in frequency, and it's independent in time. So the amount of E-node Bs, the base stations you can hear in an LTE network, is a lot more than you can see in CDMA, and that will aid the positioning solution. All right, the changing topology. This is just somewhat of a marketing slide, but it basically shows that, it's as a lot of people have mentioned, as the CISRC report mentioned, no single solution is probably going to be the solution. So you're going to have to depend on satellite-based solutions. You're going to have to depend on terrestrial-based solutions. You want to depend on wireless WAN. You want to depend on wireless LAN. And you put all these things together, you can come up with a seamless solution that allows positioning to happen anywhere. And then one last slide on wireless LAN itself, because I do think it's a very important piece of the puzzle. So in addition to going to 4G, what are the carriers going to 4G for? First it was data, higher speed data, but now they're rushing to get voice on LTE. And once you get voice on LTE, you can also then imagine it's a voice over IP world, voice over IP over wireless LAN. So you're seamlessly doing your voice call across WAN or LAN. In which case you are now have the ability to, as I mentioned in the previous slides, send up these different measurements. So if you're going to, in the device sending up the observed time difference of arrival from all the base stations it sees, the pseudo-range measurements from all the satellites it sees, it also sends up all the RSSI and RTT measurements from all the access points it sees. The only challenge with using wireless LAN, of course, is the integrity and the quality of the database of those transmitters. Certainly, several companies have high-quality databases. How to make them part of the ecosystem is a lot more challenging. But if you use it in a hybrid solution, you can cross-check them against the wireless WAN. If that access point is in the coverage of the access of the LTE base station, then you might be more comfortable with using it. And then here is even one last opportunity to use wireless LAN that we've been seeing some companies advocate. So you go to voice over IP. You're now in an all IP context. This is the actual standard for the signaling that's underneath the voice over IP phone call that allows for all these measurements to be passed up. And one of the things that's in the standards and expectations of these companies providing the position estimate is if the device knows where it is, it can include that position estimate. So the example used earlier, that phone could provide its position estimate to public safety. And, obviously public safety and the carrier would have to use it with great care and great caution because it's not validated, but if it cross-checks against all the other measurements, then we should be good to go. Okay.
Thank you very much, Kirk. We'll now have Rob Anderson, who is Chief Technology Officer for True Position.
Thank you for allowing us to participate in this important forum, discuss this important topic. True Position is the primary uplink time difference of arrival vendor in the U.S. We have been locating E911 calls for more than 10 years. We were the primary vendor for AT&T and T-Mobile for their 2G calls, GSM calls. So first, I want to talk a little bit about the problem. Again, I think we've been all been discussing it this morning, and it stems from, number one, just a huge movement towards wireless E911 calls versus wireline. As their primary solution, the carriers have come to rely on AGPS. Verizon's been doing it for a long time, pretty much since the beginning. AT&T and T-Mobile have been transitioning to that over the last few years. AGPS is a good technology when it works. When the GPS receiver can see the satellites, it can provide accuracies in the 10 to 20 meter range, which is very valuable for 911 location. However, GPS locations typically take up to 30 seconds to produce a location. Many of the 911 calls are not 30 seconds long; they're shorter, but they're still valid 911 calls that need to be addressed, dealt with, followed up on. Accurate location, because of the reliance on GPS, accurate location is not available when the call is delivered. We've seen that from the Calnina data. Rebid is required at about 30 seconds to obtain location in the places where AGPS works. So just to go, everybody's seen this chart. This is the Calnina data, and at the on the left, in the darker blue line, is AT&T. One of our customers, and this is the yield that the PSAPs in California were seeing when they were using uplink time difference of arrival technology. The yield was up into the 90% range. You can see similar performance, although it varied a bit with T-Mobile, but still pretty good performance with T-Mobile. And then around 2010, there was a transition from putting almost all the calls through the 911 calls through the GSM network, 2G, transitioning to the 3G network. And when AT&T and T-Mobile locate their E911 calls on 3G, they use AGPS. So there's been a dramatic drop-off in yield of delivering locations to the PSAPs for the 911 calls. There's a couple reasons for this. One of the main ones is, again, just the sheer latency of GPS. GPS takes upwards of 30 seconds. It happens a little faster on the Verizon network because they have some different advantages, but it takes upwards of 30 seconds to get a location to the PSAP. That location isn't available when the call is delivered. It's often not available when the PSAP operator first attempts to perform a rebid. But often it will be available after about 30 seconds. So changes in the rebidding techniques can help. That will, we've heard some different estimates or even some test data of how that might impact the yield of these locations, bringing things from maybe 30% up. I've heard numbers of 52% or maybe 75%. So it actually makes a big dramatic improvement in yield, but there's still a huge gap of calls that aren't going to be located with AGPS. One, because of the latency. Calls that are less than 30 seconds will never get a good location, an accurate location. And also, if you read through the operator filings, when they discuss the performance of AGPS for the locations. If you assume that what the carriers say is correct, and I think it is, that after about 30 seconds from the beginning of the call, there is a phase 2 location in the MPC or GMLC that's available for 911 more than 90% of the time, which is inconsistent with this chart. But again, this chart represents what actually makes it to the PSAP, and we all learned today and over the past several months that they actually have to ask for it to get it. But of those 90% locations, what we've found and what we read from the carrier's filings is that 20 to 25% of those locations aren't accurate. They are based on a fallback technology called RTT, which stands for round trip time, which is basically a combination of taking the cell position, the position of the serving cell, and estimating the distance away from that cell site based on the time it takes for a signal to go to the phone and come back to the network. That technology is very inaccurate. I'm sure the carriers have tested it themselves or could provide that data. We've tested it as part of our comparison testing of AGPS, UTDOA, and we found that in cases where RTT is used, the accuracy is about 400 meters. When we tested it in Frisco and Austin, Texas, and it had about 900 meter accuracy in Wilmington. And those are 67 percentile accuracies. So that technology is extremely inaccurate, and it appears as though that technology is being used 20 to 25% of the time. So even if we address the rebid issue, we're still going to have a large number of locations that are inaccurate, and that's because many calls are being placed from indoors. So looking at what the solution is, technology exists today which can locate E911 callers quickly and accurately in all environments. So if we go back to how things were just a couple of years ago, there was a UTDOA location delivered with every E911 call from the carriers that were using that technology, delivered in about 5 seconds, that had very good accuracy. UTDOA technology, when fully deployed in the network, deployed on nearly every cell site, has excellent accuracy. It meets the network-based accuracy requirements outdoors. It also meets it indoors. It's been tested in Wilmington using the CISRIC test protocol. It was also tested by Verizon in their network in Manhattan more than 10 years ago, and they tested it and found it to be extremely accurate. Again, having accuracy better than 90 meters 67% of the time. So there's a technology that exists today that's out in the network that isn't really being used very much, that is accurate, can be delivered quickly enough in many cases for XY routing. In fact, it's actually been used for XY routing in the early days of these deployments back in 2002, 2003. And we can get the best of both. We don't have to, there's some claims that AGPS is more accurate than UTDOA, and a lot of times it is. In the 75% of the time that AGPS does work, it's very accurate. In the 25% of the time it doesn't work, it's terrible, and the fallbacks that are being relied upon are unacceptable. A solution exists today. A UTDOA location can be delivered 5 seconds from the beginning of the call, can be used for XY routing. It will be accurate. And in the cases where AGPS is available, an automatic rebid process can request a location, and it will provide even better accuracy, 10 to 20 meters when GPS is actually available. So what we really need, the solution is there. There's also things coming in the future from, NextNav has some great ideas, but we don't need to wait. We don't need to wait for LTE. We don't need to wait for other solutions that require changes in the handset. The technology is here right now, and what we need is for the FCC to make specific rules that define the latency of the locations. Right now, there are no requirements of how quickly the carriers need to provide these locations. So to them, there's no reason for them to think that 30 seconds isn't okay. We need specific rules on latency. There are no specific rules really targeting indoor. So the carriers have picked a technology, AGPS, that meets the requirements that they believe that they have today, which are limited to testing in outdoor cases. We need rules for indoor locations so that they select the best technologies that are available right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. We'll now hear from Timothy Lorello, Senior Vice President, Chief Marketing Officer at TCS.
Thanks, Tim. I'm here today as a representative of Telecommunications Systems, or TCS, a company that pioneered the method by which wireless and voice over IP E911 calls are routed and location information is delivered. We currently perform those functions for approximately half of all wireless and VoIP E911 calls in the United States. We're also the global leader in the deployment and management of precise location platforms. We have integrated with all of the major location technologies, and we work closely with companies that are exploring new location technologies, such as the ones on the panel here today. It's this expertise that I hope to be of assistance today. As an industry, we deploy wireless location technologies for one major purpose: to provide the best location accuracy on every E911 call. It is why we are obsessed with location accuracy, because we know that ultimately the call taker at a public safety answering point is asking one key question relevant to this topic on every single call. Can I trust the location fix of this particular caller? To give an affirmative answer to this question, we need to focus on two goals. First, as a nation, we must strive to deploy the most accurate and cost-effective location technology in order to get the most accurate location fix on each call. Second, we must test the location accuracy of our systems in order to determine whether we have achieved that first goal. So I'd like to touch base on both of these topics. Regarding location technologies, my comments will focus on improvements in existing technologies and some brief statements about the new technologies under evaluation. Existing location determination systems are primarily based upon one of three technologies deployed today: GPS, network triangulation, and RF fingerprinting. In outdoor settings, GPS has proven to be the most accurate solution available. GPS chips are relatively inexpensive additions to mobile phones, and most mobile phones are being deployed in the United States are GPS capable. Because wireless technology was initially used most frequently in outdoor settings, this was an excellent solution. But wireless calls are ever more frequently being placed from indoor settings. The FCC letter announcing this workshop indicated that more than 56% of calls are placed from indoors and as much as 70% of wireless 911 calls in certain jurisdictions. Of course, when the E911 location rules were initially mandated, the vast majority of mobile phones did not have GPS chips. The ability to locate any wireless phone making a 911 call was the primary advantage of network triangulation methods. Such triangulation techniques were even useful in indoor settings, though signal attenuation and structural signal interferences complicate the calculations and reduce the accuracy. Many years of technology improvements have yielded greater location accuracy results that meet the more lenient network triangulation location accuracy FCC requirements, but the GPS technologies have more rigid location accuracy requirements for a reason. For rural cellular operators, both of these location technologies have been problematic. The initial ability to procure GPS-capable phones and the high cost of network triangulation technologies and require upgrades to every base station drove these operators to deploy less expensive and relatively less accurate RF fingerprinting techniques. RF fingerprinting systems determine a signal transmission overlay for a particular geography. The creation of this overlay allows the system to match the RF signal characteristics of the call to the predetermined overlay, thereby obtaining the approximate location of the device. All three of these technologies have shown improvements in location accuracy over the years and are likely to enjoy further improvements over the coming years. Improvements in indoor accuracy, including efforts to obtain Z-axis location determination, are anticipated. GPS accuracy is dependent upon receiving signals from multiple satellites. With additional satellite systems being deployed, as well as modification to signal power and signal penetration, GPS location accuracy will see improvements. As of April of this year, the Russian Global Navigation Satellite System, or GLONASS, was restored to a full 24-satellite constellation, allowing global navigation support. The European Union completed the 4-satellite test group for Galileo, a constellation of 30 satellites, and expects to conduct preliminary tests starting late this year and ending in September of 2010, and expects full deployment of all of those satellites by 2019. And China has begun plans for Compass global satellite systems, a constellation of 35 satellites expected to be deployed in 2020. Satellite systems can improve Z-axis, can provide Z-axis location with this number of satellites being available. Hybrid systems, created by supplementing GPS location calculations with network measurements from nearby cell towers, have demonstrated improvements of location accuracy. Qualcomm's Advanced Forward Link Trilateration, or AFLT, provides improvements to location calculations where there are not enough GPS satellites to provide a proper location fix. In addition, the projected proliferation of small cells, with over 3 million units expected to be deployed by 2016 worldwide, will provide additional improvements to location accuracy, since measurements from these systems, with their smaller coverage zones, can augment the location calculations. Small cells include femtocells, as well as Wi-Fi units, often purchased and deployed by end users in their homes, apartments, and office buildings. Thus, these units will not only improve accuracy in the XY coordinate plane, but offer the promise of determining a Z-axis measurement as well. But even with all of these planned improvements, we will not be answering the question of that call taker. How good is the location fix for this call? Recent rulemaking has been passed to require wireless carriers to meet location accuracy requirements at the county level. To date, my understanding is that such compliance is demonstrated by doing location accuracy testing within each county. Unfortunately, such testing does not necessarily test the locations from which actual 911 calls are placed. Because the rulemaking necessarily waived indoor testing and thereby focused on outdoor location accuracy, we will not be testing for over half of all wireless calls. And we have no certainty that the location accuracy tests we do outdoors are from the locations that 911 calls are actually placed. I suggest that we can turn to horizontal uncertainty and, dare I say, location uncertainty, where we begin to include the Z-axis element to determine location accuracy. As a company that serves as broker between wireless carriers and public safety answering points, TCS receives over 140 million calls each year that contain horizontal uncertainty information. By plotting these data points on a geospatial map, we can use location analytics to determine the general state of health of any given county in the country. And we'll be using the actual 911 calls to determine this accuracy. What is even better is that we can plot this data on a month-by-month basis, identifying problem areas and determining trends. We can see seasonal changes in location accuracy, and we can measure the effect of calls moving from outdoor environments to indoor locations. Location uncertainty, however, has not been fully investigated. Assuming that we can establish a trusted correlation between the actual location of a call and the location uncertainty reported with each call, then we have hope that we can finally answer that question that each call taker demands. How good is the location fix for this potentially life-saving call? Thank you.
Thank you, Timothy. We have Carol Politi now, Chief Executive Officer for TRX Systems.
Thank you. I'm with TRX. I appreciate being invited here to discuss how indoor location technology that's been developed for the defense and public safety markets could be applied to 911. TRX is a company that delivers 3D indoor location to track and safeguard public safety and defense personnel. In those markets, there's a very similar set of problems, which is that you want to locate people indoors, inside infrastructure, underground, but in markets, in buildings and areas that you can't control, which means you can't deploy infrastructure. That's a pretty challenging problem. In the fire market, it's even more challenging because you're in an environment with a lot of environmental disturbances, and that makes it an even more challenging market to come up with an XYZ. There are technologies that are available and increasingly available on cell phones that help increase the integrity of the location signal that gets returned. And when you think about the technologies I'm talking about, think about it as you've got some level of integrity coming back from assisted GPS, from Wi-Fi. How can you make that even higher accuracy? How can you get to that 3D dimension? And how can you get to the specific part of the floor that someone may be operating upon? And the technology that we're leveraging in this regard are sensor fusion, the embedded sensors on devices, RF ranging, and crowdsourced map technologies, where as people maneuver around a building, can you learn information about the building that helps location for the next individual that maneuvers around that building. In terms of the public safety and security markets, the challenge is, can I provide a map or a track throughout a building that's fairly accurate? The map on the location on the map that I'm showing on the presentation looks extremely accurate, but in reality, that's a huge building. It's probably when you enter the building, GPS was maybe 30 meters off, just on entering the building. And even with all of the algorithm additions, it's probably the location accuracy is probably still 10 to 15 meters off throughout the track. Having said that, you can find that person. You could find that person anywhere on that path. That's information you didn't have before. So what is the technology that's necessary to deliver this, and how could it be leveraged for 911 capabilities? Well, first of all, it was initially implemented on purpose-built devices. These sensor kind of technology didn't exist on cell phones originally. So for public safety and defense applications, it's been integrated onto purpose-built devices. In recent devices, you now have this kind of sensor technology, so it's possible to run sensor fusion on the device. It's also possible to detect unique things about a building as you traverse around a building. So magnetic signatures are unique, Wi-Fi signatures are unique, and structural features like stairwells and elevators are unique. By fusing that information, which we do currently in small scale for public safety applications where there's maybe 30 or 50 people at an incident, you can develop a map of that building that can then be reused. A lot of that map is map features that simply don't change. Wi-Fi may change over time, but stairwells and elevators tend to change less. Magnetic signatures of hallways tend to change less, and you can increase, the uniqueness and accuracy of your location estimate by leveraging this kind of data. So what does that look like on as a location service? As a location service, that looks like, imagine leveraging this as an augmentation to GPS, cell site, and Wi-Fi, adding to those the ability to use embedded sensors, the ability to then integrate beacons that are being deployed throughout a building, and the ability to leverage things like unique building features. So if you know uniqueness about an elevator, for example, and it's got a certain magnetic or Wi-Fi signature, and someone goes up that, the ability to correct them to that elevator is pretty powerful. How does this get deployed in public safety? It means another layer of mapping data needs to get deployed and queried. And the conversation that we're throwing out there is it possible to do that? Is it possible to implement that in a private kind of way? Is it possible to query it? Is it reasonable to leverage some of the capabilities that are being deployed on high-end devices to increase accuracy for some part of the population if it's not accessible to everyone in the population? And I think those are things that this community would be well equipped to tackle and answer to determine whether it makes sense to, as technology on devices improves, to leverage that technology to continuously enhance the integrity of the location information we can access. Again, we come from a bit of a different perspective. Largely, the work that TRX does is for the U.S. Army, for the Department of Homeland Security, and for state and local governments, international governments, to safeguard their personnel. I think a lot of the things that are being done to safeguard those personnel could be applied to the world of 911. And a lot of the things that public safety personnel do on a daily basis, including pre-planning buildings, accessing map data for buildings, could be cross-leveraged into the 911 community to help safeguard consumers using cell phones and increasingly using pretty high, powerful computing devices as they walk around on a daily basis. Thanks again for having TRX in, and I look forward to learning more about the 911 problem and how we can apply this kind of technology toward it.
Great, thank you, Carol. Lastly, we'll hear from David DiLorenzo, Principal Research Engineer for Polaris Wireless.
Hi, everyone. Is this on? Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Can you put that a little closer to you?
Oh, there we go. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to share a few thoughts with you on this very important topic. My name is Dave DiLorenzo. I'm a principal research engineer at Polaris Wireless in Mountain View, California. Just to give you a bit of background, Polaris was founded over 10 years ago specifically to address the mobile location E911 market. And since that time, we've deployed our high-performance software-based wireless location platform several dozen markets, both domestically and internationally. Let's see if I can get the slides up. There we go. So the first thing I want to emphasize is that we all in the wireless industry, and particularly those of us in the mobile location business, take E911 location performance very seriously. In fact, for Polaris, this forms the very core of our technology portfolio. And I think you'll appreciate, given the expertise of my fellow panelists here and the tremendous energy that's spent over the past decade plus, that we've made significant progress, and this pace of innovation continues to improve the performance of E911 location platforms available today and into the future. The bottom line is there are no technological or monetary barriers to achieving the Commission's Phase 2 location mandate. I expect many of you are familiar with Polaris and our core location technology of wireless location signatures, or WLS. For those of you who may not be, I thought I'd just give a very brief overview, and I do mean brief, on this technology. Basically, we implement a high-performance variant of 3GPP standardized RF pattern matching. What this means is that our software, which is installed in a wireless carrier's network, perhaps in its own boxes I've shown here, compares measurements made by a mobile device with a precise radio map of the local environment. The measurements the handset makes during its emergency call are available to our platform across an existing standardized network interface, which means that we support high-accuracy locations today for all handsets and across all air interfaces, 2G, 3G, and 4G. The radio signature map you see here is a high-fidelity prediction of the radio environment, and this, plus our sophisticated location estimation algorithms, make up our core innovations. I know we want to keep these comments brief, so I'll just spend a moment to talk about our accuracy projections, both in the horizontal plane as well as in the vertical direction. First, regarding our horizontal indoor location accuracy performance, we expect to achieve 50-meter accuracy across all environments in about the 3-year time frame, urban, suburban, and rural. This is based on our core control plane location solution, which is a hybrid of AGPS, or AGNSS, and Polaris WLS RF pattern matching. I should mention that this projection does leverage the continual and natural evolution of the wireless network ecosystem, particularly the wider rollout of LTE technology with observed time difference of arrival measurements. Furthermore, with the increased coverage and availability of short-range radio infrastructure, for example, distributed antenna systems, femtocells, and metrocells, we expect improved indoor location accuracy performance in these environments to the level of approximately 30 meters at the 67th percentile. Second, there are very promising trends regarding not only short-range radio infrastructure, but also the higher penetration of height-sensitive sensors in the newest high-end smartphones. Further, I know many in the industry share our view that barometric pressure sensors will be a key enabler for indoor location accuracy performance going forward. So with these projected improvements, we expect to achieve floor-level vertical location performance across all environments within the next few years' time frame. Next, I did want to address the time to fix and yield issues for a location estimate to be developed, since these are a very significant part of the recent attention, and we've talked about that a lot today already. In this regard, the Polaris solution is actually in a pretty good spot. Fundamentally, we control the timeline for the handset to make measurements and then to report those measurements back through the network to our system. I'm showing here an example for a GSM network, but it's pretty much the same regardless of the air interface technology. Here, you can see that the collection timer, the NMR collection timer, is controlled as a setting within the Polaris SMLC, which means that we can, and in fact we do, set this parameter to achieve a 30-second response time target. Typically, under normal network load conditions, we set this value to something in the 20 to 20-second range, which gives our system plenty of time to estimate the emergency caller's current location within the 30-second limit. You can also see that so long as the emergency caller has cellular service from the network, that our communications channel is also maintained. This characteristic is what enables our system to deliver essentially 100% yield. Finally, I just want to give you all a bit of a sense of the research programs that are currently underway at Polaris. Not only are we focused on achieving the highest performance possible with cellular and AGPS-based measurements, but also we continue to innovate across a wide variety of sensor phenomenologies. We currently have active research programs in Wi-Fi-based location, as well as we are exploring methods of incorporating smartphone sensors, inertial sensors, and other MEMS technology into location mix. We also, along with other groups in the E911 location industry, are examining terrestrial beacons and transmitters as overlay networks specifically deployed to improve location response. The bottom line is that a number of technologies are viable and relevant to delivering emergency response location information, and our experience shows that a standardized multi-sensor hybrid approach represents the optimal solution. So I'll close by reminding us all that there are a number of technologies here today as well as nearing maturity, which will find application in the E911 location ecosystem, from the Polaris implementation of 3GP standardized RF pattern matching to AGPS and AGNSS to overlay networks of dedicated receiving stations. Nearing maturity are user plane technologies, possibly including Wi-Fi based methods, as well as metropolitan overlay networks of terrestrial beacon transmitters. In conclusion, E911 location performance is a hugely important topic. Polaris Wireless expects that our implementation of standardized RF pattern matching will achieve 50-meter level accuracy across all environments with better than 30-second time to fix and with 100% yield in the 3-year time frame. Polaris and the wireless location industry have a number of technologies under development, and our experience shows that standardized multi-sensor hybrid methods have the greatest potential. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope you'll feel free to contact me if you have any other follow-up questions or comments. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, David. And thank you all our presenters. What we're going to do is we're going to stick to our schedule, and we're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll reconvene close to, I guess, 3 o'clock. What time? 5 till.
Everyone, if I could have your attention, if we could resume our seats, we're going to continue on with the last portion of our workshop. Okay, all right. All right, everybody sit down. All right, thanks everybody, and I'll hand it back over to Tim to lead us through the last portion of our workshop. Thank you.
Okay.
Some of the folks who are on the morning panel have some reactions.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. So we're gonna take a look. The initial part we still have some current issues, but then we're also going to get into the near term. By one estimate, the global indoor location market is estimated to grow from 448 million in 2013 to 2.6 billion in 2018, with North America expected to be the biggest market in the near term. So again, this is the global indoor location market. So this is a significant development. A number of trends, as we've discussed, are driving deployment of indoor location technology. First, by some estimates, up to 70% of wireless calls originate indoors. 57% or so of adults now use smartphones and all the attendant features and applications they support, many of which rely on location to remain competitive. Business analytics, the turning of raw data into actionable information, is now closely tied to geographic location. Where are my potential customers at any given time, and how can I serve them when they're there? Nevertheless, by another estimate, 70% of in-building space cannot receive GPS signals. As we've heard from the presenters, alternative technologies will be brought to bear to exploit these trends, and in varying combinations depending upon geography and building morphology, in order to provide more accurate and timely indoor locates. In other words, much will be invested into penetrating the indoor space with location-aware technologies, in some cases for the simple task of delivering a coupon to a smartphone, or the more important task of tracking one's child as they move through a mall or an entertainment venue. Google, Apple, and a host of other companies have very good information about where we are when we allow them to tell us where we are. The trend regarding origination of E911 calls is consistent with the trend just noted, with, as we heard this morning, some jurisdictions seeing 75 to 85% of 911 calls originating from wireless devices. The benefit to public safety of leveraging these alternative location technology platforms is obvious. Understandably, public safety, as we know, is not just another application. Today, this roundtable will focus its questions on near-term factors that must be addressed in order to bring these capabilities to bear for the benefit of public safety in 911. Some have described it by the old chicken and egg dilemma. I would say we have the chickens and the eggs here at the table, so let's try to see what we can take care. So last October, the Commission Location Workshop, prior to the CISRC 3, sort of laid out, it's got an ambitious project. We had 7 companies express an interest. 7 went in, 3 came out. The testbed validated the performance of 3 types of technology: AGPS, AFLT, beacon transmitters, and RF pattern matching, as capable of providing indoor horizontal accuracy to within 50 meters. CISRC's companion report on location-based services discussed several technologies such as observed time difference of arrival. We've heard that briefly described today. Distributed access system, proximity-based location technologies, and hybrid AGPS technologies. At minimum, the testbed demonstrated the feasibility of at least establishing a 50-meter benchmark for horizontal indoor locates. So I think the first question we want to start with is, what can be done with existing technology to provide indoor locates? Now, again, I think Rob sketched out the capabilities of his system. I think I'd like to get that conversation going a little bit more before we move into the near term, because then we're definitely talking about new technologies. We're talking about technologies that have commercial applications, yet which have not been demonstrated to be feasible in a public safety context, frustratingly so. But I first think we need to establish that what is available on the current technologies that are out there that could get us indoors close to something that CISRC identified. And I'll start with, I think I want to give Ryan the opportunity perhaps to start here, because I think you laid out some interesting description with respect to your current network deployments.
Okay. So the specific question is, what can we do with today to get that kind of level of accuracy indoors? Well, I think the short answer is we're not going to get 50 meters of accuracy indoors with today's technology in many cases. Certainly there are some indoor environments where AGPS works really well, and we can achieve those kinds of accuracies. There are some very challenging indoor environments where GPS is not going to work, and none of the other accuracies currently available today comes close to 50 meters. So just to back up a little bit and give some perspective, Ganesh, who's now turned into Gary, it's quite a change there, mentioned that there were 12 to 15 location technology vendors that responded to CISRC's request for, give us your marketing spiel about what you can accomplish. And I was the co-chair of that group that produced the report, so I watched this process unfold. Of those 12 to 15 that said they could meet 150 indoors, 7 of them, as you mentioned, Tim, started the process. 3 of them finished the process, and none of the 3 met the 150 in all of the indoor environments. So even emerging technologies that are still being developed are not meeting 150 in all indoor environments. So to ask the question, what can we do with today's technology to get there? The answer is even the emerging technologies are not there yet.
Kirk.
I think at the start of your question you used an example of some commercially available experiences available to consumers today on some phones that get these high accuracy positions. So the last slide of my PowerPoint where I showed a standards-based call flow where that information could be sent up to a carrier's network would be easy to implement, but I don't think it solves your problem, right? Because the carriers can't, the carriers would get this a position estimate that would show up on your smartphone if you were trying to find the peanut butter in the store. What do they do with it? Do they give it to the PSAPs? What do the PSAPs do with it? Right. So those are the kind of the structural issues that I think gate use of.
This is one of those conversations where it's hard to talk about any component because you automatically invoke another one.
Yeah.
We're talking about what PSAP processes. Mm-hmm. We're talking about system service providers and what they're capable of handling. We're talking about handset guys at the same time. We're talking about software that is either in the network or it's on the equipment. So I think we have to compartmentalize it a little bit. what I want to get a sense of is we need to understand, and I think the public safety community needs to understand, that the current networks that are in place today, that they are absolutely limited in getting to an indoor locate that is the equivalent of the outdoor locate. Okay. And even if we can identify the indoor locate, how do we identify an indoor call? We can't do it today. We assume that there's indoor calls taking place. It's a matter of common sense, but we don't have any actual hard data that indicates that these are actually indoor calls. So we have a tracking issue, number one, and who's responsible for that, and who has a view into the systems on that. I'd like to hear from the various parties. I think we have everyone here at the table.
Well, let me
sure.
Address Ryan's question as well too, since obviously we were one of the three ones that went through the trial, and obviously I think all of us worked very cooperatively as carriers and public safety and vendors together to do something that was, controlled and very accurate. I think the three parties who went through the trial all produced results and put those forward, and all three of those parties have said within the very near term we can meet 50-150. Qualcomm filed that, said they can do it. In the Polaris presentation they said they can do it. So what you're getting is from the most valid existing vendor community, you're saying yes, within a very short period of time, the three that proved they could do it or went through it first are saying they can do it, and by the way, in a fairly rigorous environment. Only one party actually in that process proved that the technology could do it. That was out. I'll fault you, 4 meters off in one location. Yes, other than that, it's 50-150 across the board and vertical. But in fairness to the carriers, the one technology that proved that it could meet those thresholds is not yet in deployment. So it's got to go through the finishing of the chipsets, and those are being put in, goes into the handsets, got to finish the network deployment. That has to be done. That's a time-consuming process, as you've noted in your filings. So what you have is you have a vast array of technologies that said, we believe we can do it. Our technology says that can be done, and that's a reasonable threshold. Some of those were given the opportunity to prove it and were not able to prove it. They deferred and came back. Others went through the process and proved that, yes, we got high yield. Yes, we had highly reliable. Yes, we had good confidence factors, but maybe the accuracy in a dense urban or in a rural environment, which are dramatically different of the impacts of the technology, was off in one sense. But each one of those vendors as well said, we have things underway. In Qualcomm's case, AFLT is going to become OTDOA, and it is going to get better, and it's going to have better hearability, and it is going to be more accurate. So you have a continued improvement of the existing deployed technologies that say we can arrive at this 50-150 and do it. You have new emerging technologies that have proven, well, we can do it. That's a reasonable thing to aspire to, but, it's got to get into chipsets, it's got to get into handsets, it's got to be standardized, it's got to be deployed. That's, I think, where you kind of stand.
Okay. Susan?
Speaking of Gary, the NextNav did show it was very promising. It does need, in addition to the deployment piece he was talking about, it is a proprietary solution. It does need to go through standardization. We also, I think we need to look at interference issues on the frequency. There was some concern with that. So there's a lot of steps we need to go through before, I think we're safe to say that this is ready to go. The other point I wanted to make was I heard some people mention Google and Apple and how they can find them. Well, one of the reasons they can is because people allow them to track them. They continually refine their location. They ping them every few seconds, and they use the knowledge of the current fixes to locate them quickly. So one of the things with 911 and when it started was that they wanted to be able to get a location without prior knowledge. So if you want to change that, people want to give up their privacy and be tracked all the time, that could improve accuracy.
Mm-hmm. Tim?
Yes,
I addressed this issue to some extent when I talked about small cells. A lot of the reasons why the various mapping vendors are able to get some of the accuracy they have is because they access fairly large databases that include information about where a large number of these small cells, mostly femtocells and Wi-Fi's hotspots, are out there. And that helps them improve, get an immediate fix on location simply by doing a lookup that ultimately gets you fairly close to where the person's located, because the Wi-Fi, by definition, as a small cell, doesn't broadcast very far. And we are all we are exploring some of those technologies when we've talked about hybrid and how we can combine an AGPS or a GLONASS and get better outdoor accuracy and even get some penetration into in-building. And then once you go inside, if you've got a large number of Wi-Fi hotspots in that environment, then you could do the same kind of location accuracy or same kind of location determination as is being done on the commercial side. The nice thing about that approach is that it rides the coattails of something that's already happening in the industry. It doesn't require a significant new development other than our working on accessing databases, collecting data, and doing analytics, as I mentioned before as well, to be able to sort of pull this information together. That looks pretty promising. Ultimately, it requires coverage and Wi-Fi, a lot of Wi-Fi hotspots and a lot of small cells being deployed. But again, the data says that that's where the industry is going as well, so that looks hopeful.
But for these hybrid networks, which is essentially what you're describing, what is the timing then?
Well, as I said, the mapping vendors that we talked about today, if you open up a map today, for example, on some of these vendors, what you'll see is almost a two-stage process. You'll first see some broad location fix. You notice it's not really where you're located, but it's close. It's a city. It's maybe within the block of where you are. And then it zooms into a closer fix. What's happened is initially you saw a small cell fix. Basically, it picked up your location based upon your nearest Wi-Fi spots that your device located, and that database, that mapping provider had the database to access, and so therefore got an approximate location of where you are. And then, of course, it kicked in GPS. Now, I say that mainly because when you're outdoors, you see that kind of activity. When you're indoors, you almost immediately get into the home. You're already in the home. It knows you're in the home. Why? Because it already knows the Wi-Fi. It picks up the Wi-Fi spot of your house because somebody mapped that already. And so ultimately, that technology is available today, and I think it's being explored in the various hybrid and AFLT techniques that are currently, being investigated.
Can I ask a related question, which is, this morning we talked a lot about the importance of the time to first fix, and 30 seconds versus ideally being able to shorten the time to get that first fix. And I guess one of the things I'm interested in, there's been a lot of talk here about the way in which these new technologies, whether it's in-building infrastructure or other types of new technologies, could be used to leverage more accuracy, get us to the 50 meters and perhaps beyond. I'm also interested in the timing component. Is the trend going in the right direction so that if all of these things, let's imagine that they were deployed, are they actually going to be able to give this kind of information in the time frame that the PSAPs require, and ultimately, hopefully, improve on that so that we're not having this debate about why do we have to wait 30 seconds in order to figure out where somebody is? Or are we going to be stuck with the 30 seconds for a long time?
Well, I actually think you always want to have the 30-second option because you don't know where the call's coming from. And a GPS, unless we assume, get rid of some of the assumptions about cold start, is going to take some time. But if you look at the CDMA test results that were in the CISRIC report, if you look at them closely, there's actually an AFLT prefix followed by an AGPS fix. Right, that AFLT prefix takes about a second. Right, so the terrestrial wireless WAN ranging is very, very fast. In LTE, when it goes from AFLT to observed time difference of arrival, with all the additional functionality designed in the standard for better accuracy, doesn't change the fact that wireless WAN positioning is high speed.
I think actually directly to that issue, the newer emerging technologies do have the option of being much more rapid. And I think the better way of looking at the balance between accuracy and how fast did you get the fix is to recognize that the balance that may have been there and you made a decision on it and said, well, let's always do 30 seconds because of a GPS limitation largely, maybe is changing. For example, if in fact you can take an AFLT very rapidly and that narrows you but not as accurately as GPS, and then wait and get more accurate. For example, I think I heard Polaris. I know certainly in NextNav's case, we can set however fast. We get our first fix within just a second or two. But as it goes 30 seconds, it gets progressively better. So during the CISRIC trials, for example, we set it to 25 seconds, something like this. All of our results down around 50 meters came from that. If we look at the very first fix that we got, just a few seconds in, it was about 15% worse. Okay, 15% worse isn't, 10 times worse, but it might have been 65 meters instead of 54. So as you look at each individual technology, the PSAP and the public safety community may have made a very different decision on give it to me fast versus no, I need accurate, if they understood the difference was 15% or 20% versus it's a half a mile versus, the exact address.
So then are we confronted with differing standards dependent upon the technology and the carrier configuration?
No, I wouldn't think so.
I mean, that's...
No, but I do, it does highlight...
I definitely wouldn't do that.
No, exactly. But again... How do we avoid it? But how do we avoid this?
Well,
and move forward and get a solution in place?
Well, what I heard today was between, the network and public safety, there was, a disconnect in how it works and an understanding how it works. I was one of the original authors of J Standard 36, and there's an E2 interface in there. And that's the protocol between the MPC and the GMLC and public safety. Now, I'm sure that grossly oversimplifies what it looks like in the real world. But non-call associated signaling was defined. The public safety is supposed to be able to extract the position from the carrier, and they can do that as many times as they want. So I think the foundation is there to get the early fix, the midstream fix, the final fix, but I fully understand the complexities of, implementing E2 is not just a line between two boxes on the paper like it looks in the standard. But I think everything we need is there, and if there's some holes in the peripheral standards, then they should be addressed.
And some of it may actually just flow out of the normal operation. If you have a technology that gives you a very rapid fix but not as accurate, and then a subsequent fix that is more accurate, then the ability to either route on the early fix or have that as an automatic bid for the first bid so that it does come in the 90% of the times like you were seeing, years ago. But then when you finally do the automatic rebid, it tightens it up. So you don't necessarily need to change the rule. You still would say operationally, yes, do a rebid. But suddenly you would be able to also be getting that first fix that was better than what you've gotten before and a phase 2 fix. So I don't necessarily know that in rules that are promulgated it needs to say it has to be shortened below 30 seconds, provided what is implemented allows it to go both ways.
One comment there. So
Karen, let's go Karen and then okay.
And listening, excuse me, I would finally get to talk and I have no voice. Sorry. I would be a little concerned with what you were explaining because it goes back to the 30 seconds again, which what we heard this morning is too long. Yep. So I would want this new technology to really shorten up the time frame that we get the accurate location, and then to make sure that we do have the standards. So as I'm listening to you, it doesn't sound like that's what we're all talking about.
No, that's definitely the case. We probably want to clear up a little confusion. The call flow that I also showed, the protocol has response time in it. So, and I've personally been involved in the deployment of the 911 systems of the 4 major U.S. carriers in the room. I see the call flows from the server to the handset, and they're given times like 16 seconds to respond. I make the software on the client side. We always respond in the time we're told to or less. So we're returning at 5 seconds or 12 seconds. I think some of the carriers filed some rebuttals against 30 seconds. I'm not sure where that's coming from. Maybe from the point of view of a PSAP, there's some overall timing. But from the device being asked to make measurements to returning the measurements to the carrier's server is on the order of 10 seconds.
I was looking at the perspective of the PSAP.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I'd like to go with Rob and then Susan.
Yeah. So there have actually been cases where there have been a 2-step location process deployed, where in some of our early systems we actually previously had we called it a fast location or normal location. The standards call it different things. They call it low delay and delay tolerant. But where we would provide a location that would be available in about 3 seconds and cut corners a little bit, collect a little bit less data, be a little bit less accurate, and then follow up later with a more accurate one. A lot of the technology is already supported, the standards already support it, but again, we will need to have requirements around that, rules around that to make it work.
Susan.
Yeah, I just wanted to push back like Kirk was doing on the fact that on the statements that it takes 30 seconds to get a GPS fix. I have seen many GPS fixes in 5 seconds. CalNINA's own data shows that over 50% of our calls were phase 2 on the initial bid. The vast majority of those are GPS. So that's a totally incorrect statement.
Yes, Ryan.
Just to kind of, from my perspective, so I mentioned this morning that all location technologies have limitations and therefore there are trade-offs, and we're talking about some of those trade-offs. But I think it's important to note we don't want to lose sight of the fact that even the most accurate technologies that NextNavs that came close to meeting 5150 didn't quite get there, was taking 28 seconds to get that level of accuracy. So to say 30 seconds isn't needed and we need high accuracy, that's not an option. We haven't seen that technology yet. So if the vendors are claiming that they can meet high accuracy in short latency times, certainly we'd like to see that evaluated, right? That's another really important
So you
test.
didn't see our August report?
Well, the August report wasn't part of CISRIC, so no, I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Tim.
So if I may, there's 2 issues here really. One is how do we get a precise location fix by the time the call arrives at the call taker station? That's the first issue. And unfortunately, as was brought up in the previous morning's discussion, that time is getting shorter because we're getting better and better at routing technologies and other kinds of things. The second thing is we're now talking about how long do we wait for getting a precise location fix to rebid. Well, we've already heard that some of the folks are challenged with rebids and they're getting the information from the caller in the first place. There's all sorts of different challenges on that front. I think what we need to do is look forward to how do we push the data, and I think Brian brought this up as well this morning. How do we push the information to the PSAPs instead of requiring them to pull it? And I think that's where next-gen technologies give us an opportunity to do that. With the location object concepts that are built into the next-gen infrastructure and standards, we're going to have the ability to push the information, and what that could mean is the ability at whatever technology we deploy, that as we get a better and better location accuracy fix, we can push it to the PSAP to improve what the call taker is seeing in real time at the time it's available instead of trying to guess when it might or might not be available. And I think that's going to be an important change that we need to try to look forward to, because ultimately we're going to be guessing instead.
Renee, did you? Okay. So.
To try this.
Myrtle Beach, you could do worse.
For NextNav, Polaris, and Qualcomm, if you could just describe very quickly what are the minimum requirements to get your technology out onto the different carriers in the near term? Assuming you can move forward, what is there standards issue that might be in the way? Is there handset issue? What are the issues? What are the limiting factors for deploying your technologies to begin to reach for that indoor locate?
Okay, so I'll go first. So I'm representing observed time difference of arrival, which is the terrestrial ranging capability of LTE. I can't go into too much detail about what the 4 major U.S. carriers are doing, but it's no secret they support LTE, and it's no secret that they are moving towards VoLTE. And if you're moving towards VoLTE, you're thinking about 911. So we are in the process of working with all the carriers, enabling AGPS plus OTDOA, and it'll be up to the carriers to launch it when they're ready, and it'll be up to the carriers to share some results when they're ready. But the observed time difference of arrival performance is proving to be what it's supposed to be, better than AFLT. So there are no standards roadblocks. There are no technology roadblocks. Companies like Ericsson, Alcatel-Lucent all make the LTE base stations that support the PRSs. Infrastructure vendors like TCS and Trado all have the back-end systems. All the OEMs, mobile handset developers, can pick up our chipsets with the software. It's just a question of nationwide rollout. Plus, it's driven by VoLTE. You can certainly do commercial LBS with it, but the feature number one is VoLTE, so that hasn't launched yet.
So the timing on that, if you could just elaborate,
I'll
rough
have to defer.
It sounds like year. It sounds like a number of years though till that would be in wide scale deployment. I'm talking about all of the prerequisites.
I don't think that'll be the case. No.
Okay. So the carriers, do you all think that it could be less than a couple of years?
There's network support for OTDOA, which I think could be less than 2 years.
Okay.
But the other part is that Kirk represents Qualcomm, which builds the chipsets among other vendors to incorporate OTDOA. So there's a handset impact here, right? So if we're talking about how long could we be subject to a new accuracy requirement, we'd have to make sure that we took time to roll new devices out to the subscribers. Which does take years, right?
Okay.
We're probably talking 5-6 years if we're going to talk about or more.
For every, but I don't think the handset life you guys bank on is that everybody keeps their handset for 6 years, is it?
Depends on what level of penetration we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest.
Well, actually, he makes a very good point, though, because, once again, how the rules are established, if you say that it begins going into handsets, maybe that's one date.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
When it's penetrated into 80% or 90% or 100% of handsets, that's a very different date.
That's right.
And some are postpaid and some are prepaid, and they roll out on very different schedules of dollars. And so let me address the next nav piece of it, because ours is definitely more challenging to do that. We have just begun licensing our technology to chipset manufacturers who build it into the base GPS chipset. So it's not a new chip. It is just has our technology licensed into it. I guess a Broadcom announcement a few months ago on doing that. We hope other chipset folks will come along with that process as well, too. From a standards type of a basis, AT&T, which was our partner in the CISRIC trial, has in fact co-authored our standards submission for that. We've gotten very good assistance from T-Mobile as well in some of the standards times, from Broadcom and many of the other folks that are supporting that. I think it's fortunately a fairly straightforward thing, since we are essentially a terrestrial constellation. So all that's being done there is establish a constellation. The other key element is that we have to complete the deployment of the network. We obviously participated in the CISRIC trial because we had a commercial deployment in San Francisco and Silicon Valley area. We have an initial deployment in some 47 other markets around the country, but it's probably 18 to 24 months before you have completed those major markets. Those markets account for about 50% of the population. And once again, that's the urban core. That's where this vertical and indoor accuracy problem is the greatest. And so working with the carriers and others, we've concentrated on deployments in those particular areas. So the key elements are we're beginning to get handset and chipset support for going in early 15 handsets. We are building the deployments throughout the top urban markets that are 18, 24 months, same sort of time frame, 2015 time frame for that. And the standards process should support it within that, say, 2015 type of a standpoint.
Okay, I want to go to David, and I want to give Rob a chance to respond as well, and then Brian.
Yeah, thank you. So you asked about the deployment timeline. I do want to speak to that. So fundamentally, our system is software only, so it basically is software installed in a network. There is no dependency on handset infrastructure or network infrastructure, because we're using standardized messaging across the network. The lead time for us is to create the radio map of the network, which we do partly through getting information from the carrier on their laydown of transmitters, and partially through running some high-fidelity codes that we have in-house. And so that process can be pretty quick. And then it'll be supporting whatever air interface technologies they're deploying in the market that we're serving for that. So our deployment timeline can be pretty short. Again, we have no hardware dependencies and no handset dependencies for our technology. And then if there is a GPS available, then we can combine our measurements with that, which actually helps us out quite a bit in sort of in the non-urban areas of a market. Okay, Rob.
Okay, yeah, our stuff is deployed today, and if we needed to build out a new operator who needed the technology, we could get a full build out in the populated areas in a couple of years. But the technology's there, software is done, hardware is available. There are some other things that we're looking at to improve accuracy. We believe that a power-up feature in 3G and 4G can actually help us improve accuracy quite a bit. With the combination of a wider bandwidth, we think we actually have a good shot at getting to a 5150 spec. That separately in itself would probably take between 1 and 2 years to get that implemented on the RAN vendor side, to include that feature and test it and roll it out.
Okay. Brian?
So I just wanted to go back to, you asked the question, Tim, about what's necessary to get this technology deployed, and so we're hearing some different views. I want to kind of carry what I think were some good messaging points from this morning's session, where it was, I think, a very collaborative approach, and kind of reemphasize that as we've heard this morning, as we've heard this afternoon, the carriers are moving forward. They are testing on their own. They are working with, talking with a number of technology vendors, exploring what's workable, what's feasible for deployments. I also think that it's very important. We've talked about CISRIC 3. I think the CISRIC 4, the going forward test bed, having greater participation in a test bed, to again leave the door open for all technology vendors, have everybody kind of on a level playing field, going toe to toe with the technologies that can help the assessments, I think, from the carriers, help expedite any standards, any necessary standards processes. So I just want to at least put that out there again as a procedural point to keep in mind.
Yeah, and I'd like to proceed down that lane. David DiLorenzo happens to be he's the working group chair for the subtask with respect to a specification for a permanent test bed, where these technologies can go and play, or Carol's company can go and play. It's not just the majors. But I think the concern with respect to a permanent test bed is it's a place to go and play. Okay, and it can be a long march, and we may have a lot of stakeholders waiting for a solution to come out of the test bed. So how do we effectively create this structure, but not have it be a place where technology goes to be beaten up by competitors, what have you, without bringing it to the market? In other words, it may have if we're looking at it from it has commercial applications, but is in the public safety environment, is there something about it that's just not? It's always going to be it's always going to be holding out there and not make it to market.
So, well, you bring up a point. Certainly from CISRIC, I think we're talking about what are some of the emerging technologies. I think we need to recall that the public safety representative said, hey, in terms of actionable first responder information, what we've seen may not be there yet. So I don't necessarily view it as a stalling or an opportunity for competitors to try to undermine one another. I think there was actually some very involved coordination with the carriers, certainly, to try to advance these technologies and to, as I said this morning, make sure that what could be deployed is going to deliver on public's expectations, on public safety's expectations. And so I think that's what we really need to keep in mind. I think we can work through the procedural framework for something that can again advance the testing of these technologies, not have it languish. But I think that's the approach that, again, to harness the kind of encouraging collaborative attitude that I think we've seen today. I'm optimistic that can happen in the CISRIC 4.
Brian Fonts.
I appreciate what Brian is saying, but at the same time, too, the old adage in Washington, if you want to kill something, just study it to death. And, there's a lot of truth to that. And as I mentioned that this morning, that if this goes into a next CISRIC, or the current new CISRIC, and we study it another 2 years, and then make some suggestions after that, we're 2+ years, if not further, down the road. And I think that it's clearly important to have test beds, to your point that you made earlier this morning, that we existed in this whole process in the 90s without a test bed, and that proved to be difficult. And I think by having a test bed now, you don't have to wait till all the conclusions of everybody bringing their toys and bringing them into the test bed and kicking the tires and da-da-da-da in order to make a decision to move forward, that this is the direction the Commission wants to move. When we went back early and take a look at the 2001 rules, in the CDMA environment, it said, okay, look, you're going to have to provide location accuracy. Because it was a handset-based solution, it wasn't, by the way, you have to replace 100% of your handsets, so by tomorrow. It was a phase-in process with a certain percentage each year over a 5-year time period. And they weren't the only ones who were required to do that in a handset-based solution. So in reality, I think that the Commission can move forward and doesn't have to wait for another study or another round of testbed activities, while at the same time, too, to your point, I think the testbed activities provide additional information that could augment, change, provide more insight to the carriers and to the public safety community. And so I don't know if I'm advocating customers for you guys, but the fact of the matter is I don't necessarily see the benefit of further and further studies.
Yes, Lisa.
I'm going to take this a little bit off topic, but I've given this a lot of thought and listening to everybody talk. And I think, Susan, you had mentioned that we, unlike Foursquare, that can tell me where I'm having a latte right now, cannot do that on 911. I mean, I think the technology exists and I think it's capable, but you indicated that the user of the phone has to open that capability up. Well, in fixed line 911, you lose your right to privacy. That's just a standard. So why isn't that standard across the board for wireless? You lose your right to privacy if you dial 911. I realize that would take technology changes or legislative changes, and I'm sorry, I know I'm opening up a can of worms, but frankly, as far as I'm concerned, there's public expectation that we deliver this service. So why, when you open 911 by indicating that on your cell phone, by making that dial out, don't you lose your right to privacy by demonstrating that ability to upload the GPS signal from wherever you are, whether you want to or not? And then why doesn't the PSAP have the capability of pinging that phone to be able to truly determine whether there's been a change made?
Carol?
Sorry, just not necessarily losing your right to privacy, but one thing the commercial world has certainly shown is that people are willing, for the right reasons, to give up their privacy. And every time someone gets a new handset, if there's an opportunity for them to opt in to providing data that could be very useful for improving location accuracy. And that would be useful for people who don't even provide the data. So if someone says, yes, you can track me, then they can establish a navigation map that helps people who don't even provide the same data to the network. So I guess the question is, what's preventing that from being considered as an option?
So what is preventing that from being considered as an option? I'd like to, so because you guys, you're building sensors. Susan, I'll get to you. I'm sorry, because you have sensors that are in devices, and you're mapping indoors. You're mapping buildings essentially. Is that right? For enterprise, government facilities, but it's certainly something that can be extended to be captured within a city code, perhaps, whereby we're going to map indoor facilities and use these sensors to build those kind of databases that we were talking about in terms of mapping. again, there's still the question of when I'm inside a large facility, and I do get my 5150. Now we've only touched on the vertical aspect of this. Is your company looking at the building, like working with building codes? How does
Well, I would expand upon just what my company is doing, because there's a lot of data that you can collect as people maneuver around a building that maybe even at a lower level of accuracy than a lot of what we're targeting for the public safety community, but that's incredibly useful in determining what part of the building you're in. And given the fact that Bluetooth nodes are starting to be deployed in critical places, that Wi-Fi is being mapped inside retailers, then you can start to collaborate to establish a map of this building that could be queried by anyone, and that's 3D. I mean, that getting a 3D map is included in that. So at a core level, it's not just what we're doing as a company on sensor fusion and mapping. It's what people are willing to contribute, what they're willing to do when they transact, and what they'll do when they check into places that they could make available to, if they check in on somebody and you pick up a Wi-Fi signature, or if they go up in a stairwell and we pick up Wi-Fi and magnetics, then that suddenly becomes unique, and that suddenly can be used. And if they offer to contribute that data, then that's a map that everyone can use. Okay. So at scale, that makes a lot of sense, but it changes a lot of what this community does.
Okay. Susan, I'm sorry.
Yes, I wanted to respond to Lisa's question. So you do lose the right to privacy when you dial 911. So if you have the location turned off on your phone, it overrides that the minute you dial 911.
Right. I understand that, but earlier you said that, or I think it was you that said that that we're not able to get the information because they're not opting in like they do with Foursquare or whatever it is.
No. So what I'm saying is the reasons that they can do that is people that are on those kind of applications, they leave the location on their phone all the time. So they are constantly, Foursquare, whoever, are constantly pinging their phone, figuring out where they are. So then they know where they are, when they want a coupon or something like that. With 911, that has never been the case. It has always been when you dial 911, you need to find them. So it's never been a case that says we are going to track every person in our network always, just in case they dial 911. So that way we'd know, we know where they are. They're at the donut shop, right here at the corner.
So is there a delay between the time so say I'm one of those people that's doing something suspect and I turned off my tracking device, right? I'm having a latte and I don't want anybody to know. Is there a time delay between the time I dial 911 and it has to reinitiate that process? Is that part of the delay?
Yes.
Okay. I was just curious.
Yes. It starts a new query. So it will then go to the network. It will start a query as if it never had any idea of where you were, other than the cell site that the call originated on. So it doesn't get to utilize let's say you had, navigation on, and then you dial 911. At this point in time, you don't get to utilize that information from the navigation system to feed into 911. So I believe that's kind of what Tim was talking about. That's what I was talking about. And you can, while it's on a 911 call, you can rebid every 20 to 30 seconds and get an updated location, as long as that 911 call's live. But what I'm saying is we don't track everybody just in case they dial 911, so we know precisely where they are.
Right, and I guess for 911, from our perspective, the concern is that we get a lot of dropped calls. Dropped call just means that we didn't either get a chance to get to them or they hung up before we got an opportunity. If there was no data that came along with that, we have no idea of where they were calling from. So we're fishing in the dark for something that we are never going to be able to find, but it occupies a lot of resources for us. So I guess what I'm looking at from this forum is that maybe something will come out of this where we can institute standards for how data is sent, and that data looks exactly the same. All the carriers provide the data the same way, agnostically for the dispatchers, and then figure out a way for us to be more accurate and consistent in producing that data set as quickly as possible, whether it's through new technology or old technology that we can repurpose. And the most important thing is that when they're doing the test beds for these products, I mean, I've been very fortunate because I'm in San Francisco, so a lot of people come to me and ask if they can do testing, and so I'm able to offer that. But that it really is looked at by not me. I mean, I'm not actually. I mean, I do go in and answer the phones periodically, but I'm not as fast as I used to be. But real live dispatchers who can look at the data and determine whether or not it's going to be useful or not for their purposes. So I think we just need to be inclusive in the operations aspect, because the technology people are constantly ahead of us, and we're not. Our brains don't operate at the same megahertz, so we have to be chasing behind trying to figure out the technology and how it can operationally either benefit us or be to our detriment. So that's just what I ask.
Okay. I want to go with John Snap real quick, and then Gary, and then Renee, and then we're going to ask questions from the audience.
Thank you. One of the things we have to think about with the locations, we have to remember there's really two types of locations that are out there now. There's the locations that have been built and designed for 911 and the commercial locations. The ones that have been built for 911, I mean, the carriers and the rest of the industry has looked really carefully at all these locations. Most of these have been done back in the early 2000s or so on, and they progress fairly slowly. I mean, the carriers and the industry are making sure these locations work. They're making sure they can stand behind them and what the reliability is, because when somebody makes a 911 call and the location is inaccurate, they end up calling the carrier one way or another. So the carriers have to be able to stand behind that location. We also have commercial locations. So somebody said, my iPhone can locate me. Why can't I use that for 911? And those locations aren't right as verified, but it's possible that they could be utilized. I mean, we're looking at some of the next gen 911 type standards, and as was talked about earlier, that location could be passed along. But then it's going to become somewhat of an issue for the carriers of what happens when it shows the wrong location. There could be cross-checking to do both of them. So there are commercial locations that's now, and commercial locations is always going to be faster on the innovation and the cycles and the changes of that location than the 911 will be on getting those validated and getting those checked out. But it's possible the two could work together, where you can have one of the existing 911 that's more the verified, the reliable type of location, and then the faster moving commercial when the other one doesn't provide the location you need. And those two could go together, and you could ride the quick technology change of commercial, but then everybody has to understand the limitations of that, of when the wrong location gets to the PSAP because it's not the verifiable commercial, and that whose fault it's not, or what the fault is, and how you would choose that. But you can ride the curves, but whenever we're going to have a location for 911, it's probably because of all the making sure everything's right and that it works, the technology. It's not going to be a fast thing to occur.
Gary, and then Renee.
I was just going to address your question that you originally asked about the vertical and a database and how you would build it to the different floors. One thing, I think, during the CISRIC work that we did for indoor location across San Francisco and Silicon Valley, very helpful to establishing those indoor location trials for the entire public safety community. They arranged to have many of those trial locations established. So the IAFF, the Firefighters Union, the IFC have both volunteered that during what they call the pre-plans, which is every new office building that is built, they come in and they say, in the event of a fire, I'm coming in from this direction, I'm coming in from that direction, where's my access, where's my points, that they would be happy to set the altitude for each one of those floors. So that for that building, if they're dispatched to that building, my pre-plan says go up stair A, and these are the altitudes that match up with these floors. That's before you ever get to the actual true indoor mapping process that Google and Mycello and everybody else is trying to do right now. So there is that process, and I think as Ganesh mentioned earlier, also the first responders have indicated, hey, as long as I've got it on my phone or my handset or my breathing apparatus or whatever, I know and I look and I'm getting closer, I must be one more floor up. So the ability to quickly converge to the location, yeah, ideally you'd love to have something where every building in America was mapped and it was mapped this way and that way and vertical and you have all of that in there. We'll get to that someday. Just like Brian, I think your comments, you came in, hey, don't deny us whatever improvements have been made horizontally while we wait for the ultimate ability to get 100% of the time dispatchable address, vertical included. Set something reasonable that's doable within a 2 to 3 year period, and then say, but here's where we want to go eventually. So I think that's kind of the aspect both in the horizontal and then what you can achieve in the vertical.
Okay. Renee?
I'm going to play a public safety champion right now, even though I work for public safety. I've heard a lot of you guys talk about technology and how you've grown and moved forward and all. Well, 911 has been growing with you. I'm going to age us, Lisa. We've grown with the technology also. We survived, we thought, phase 2 until this happened, and we did survive it. But the reality is that we have a better understanding of technology today. When you have a conversation with us, most of us, hopefully, you're not talking over our heads, not that you would try, but the reality is we do have a better understanding of what we need and what we expect. And I think we are at that place now that we need to maybe open up those rules and regulations, can't believe I'm saying that, to a little looser. Trey, that's your word. So that we can get this information faster. Because at the end of the day, we're not getting it at all till 30 seconds. So as a former dispatcher, and I too, like Lisa, am not as fast as I used to be in that job, but I would rather have some information to work with than none. Because there is nothing that you can do when you're listening to someone beg you for help and you can't do anything. I mean, when you absolutely can't find them. So I think that we're all willing to be open to that communications. And I know, Brian, that you've recently with the bounce back message and the success we had with that. Thank you guys at FCC and Brian and the carriers. That I think we are in the right place to do that. And why would we want to reinvent a wheel when we already have a thing in place that we could maybe work with that in 2 years? No. Let's shoot for something a lot less than that. So I think this is great communications today, and I think we really have opened to things. So give us a chance to have a better understanding. We won't have the same qualms as we did before. So thank you.
Thank you, Renee. I want to open the floor to questions from the audience. Yes, sir.
Can I make a comment as well as a question? Are you accepting both? I am Claude Stout. I'm the Executive Director with Telecommunications for the Deaf and Hard of Hearing, TDI. I know some of you, I've worked with many of you, and I've been sitting here this afternoon, and I have to say that I'm just so impressed with the level of conversation and commitment and concern that you have about making the possibility of location accuracy move forward and advance. And I'm speaking for many in the deaf and hard of hearing community, the man in the street, who are thrilled with the progress that has been made thus far and is looking forward with anticipation to see real-time text to E911 happen in the next couple of years. But I want you to know that location recognition technology is equally important to our community. Many of us, the deaf and hard of hearing community, rely on text, whether it's tablet-based or pager-based, every day. We don't often use phones, but we make our phone calls with our devices from an indoor environment. We're also on the go. We're shopping, we're in the car, or we're at home, or we're at work, but we are in an indoor environment, and it's important for everybody here to really keep an eye on getting that technology working as soon as possible so that we can be helped in an emergency. We are more likely to experience emergencies in an indoor environment than in an outdoor environment. There are high rates of unemployment within the deaf and hard of hearing community, and so it is very likely the deaf and hard of hearing community lives in multi-level housing units. So obviously altitude accuracy is important. And many of us who do have jobs work as well in multi-level structures. So I work in Silver Spring in a building that is multi-level, and so if you can get that altitude accuracy done in less than 2 years, obviously it's going to help us out. It was a couple years ago, I had some heart pain. I had some angio problems, and I had staff members with me in the office, luckily, who were able to bring me to the hospital. But on one occasion, I happened to be working alone, and I would certainly hope that with the deployment of your technologies that emergency first responders could find me in the event of some emergency happening. I wouldn't have to depend on people around me or people being there, that I could just use a pager to get directly to a 911 center. And of course, historically people would call 911 from home or from work, but we are now more than ever on the go, and we are making those calls on the go. And it's not just adults that this technology is going to impact. Many of our children, even at the tender ages of 6 and 7, have cell phones and are learning how to make emergency phone calls, and they may not be equipped with the ability to explain where they are. So we want that location technology as well for our children. And last but not least, please know that the deaf and hard of hearing community deserves your top expertise to receive help in an emergency. We pay property taxes like everybody else. That money goes to the 911 centers. We pay monthly subscriptions for our cell devices, and part of those fees are going towards 911 centers. And we pay subscriptions to the carriers to provide us with accurate services. And thank you for your attention to this topic.
Thank you, Carl. Any further questions? I think we have a couple back here.
Hi, my name is Mike Finello. I represent the Pompton Lakes Police Department. I'm a senior 911 telecommunicator, 22 years on the job.
I'm sorry, say that again. We couldn't hear which police department.
22 years. I've been a senior 911 telecommunicator.
And where? Where was
Pompton
that?
Lakes Police, about 20 minutes outside of New York City and New Jersey.
Okay, great.
And I'd like to thank the Commission for taking the time to hear us and hear this important message. And I also like to thank Lisa and Renee for representing my end as the call taker. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous. My question is for the cellular carriers. I heard a lot this morning about rebidding, and we've been all instructed to rebid our calls and to get that accurate information. But I've been finding lately that the rebidding process, that accurate information is not coming back to me. The locations are different, sometimes vastly different. And I was wondering if that could be addressed and what would be the problem with that. And the second question I would have is with regards to a timeline. Every minute Mr. Lee, who was here this morning, his wife was tragically killed because of a location problem. And to me, that's very, very sad. So I implore the Commission to do the right thing and to see the urgency in the matter. Because the American people, I believe, think that when they dial 911 from their cell phone, I'm going to be able to tell them or know where they are so I can send help to them. And that's not the case.
Okay. Thank you. Susan or Ryan? Yeah.
Well, as I said, we have not changed our location technology. We have improved our time to fix and the accuracy of our locates. So not sure when you're rebidding or or how that has to do with anything, but I'd love to talk to you offline and look at your data and look at how things, how it's progressing through the system and see if there's an issue that needs to be addressed, because there shouldn't be. When I look at the data on my side, I see improvement, and I see over 90% getting phase 2 fixes and getting them very quickly in under 10 seconds in a lot of cases. So if you're having a problem that you're perceiving, I definitely would like to write down where you are and talk to you about it.
Okay. Thank you. We have time for one more question back here.
Yes, Deanne Divis. I'm with Inside GNSS Magazine. I wanted to ask both the new technology companies and the carriers actually two questions. To make the new technologies viable, are additional efforts needed by, say, Congress or another regulatory agency, perhaps on a spectrum or some other thing that you might need to become viable? I don't know. Maybe the answer is no. And secondarily, we've been talking today about individual emergencies, but I grew up in Tornado Alley. So is there an additional vulnerability or an additional advantage to bringing these new technologies in a situation where you have power outage, flooding, Hurricane Sandy type of wildfires, whatever, a group emergency?
At least for each one of us, I guess, as a technology, will try to address that. No, I actually don't think that there is anything, spectrum policy or something from Congress that's necessary within there. I mean, we purchased our spectrum. We have the licensed spectrum to deploy our technology on. We are in the process of doing that. It is, in fact, just flowing through. Assistance on the standards process. We are getting assistance from the carriers. In fact, also the Commerce Department and FirstNet has signed on and has written very extensively for that. So the government is assisting to try to get those standardized and commercialized as rapidly as possible. So, from that standpoint, I don't, at least from our technology, I'll let the others express, see something that's a congressional requirement. I think that it would be useful to know from rules standpoint what the objective is we're shooting for, because you can get a little lesser accuracy with a smaller deployment that's less expensive. You can get greater accuracy with a little bit more robust deployment that's more expensive. And until if we don't know what we're shooting for, we don't exactly know how many to deploy and how aggressively. So we have been quite candidly deploying ours towards the 50-150, simply because there were many others who said, yes, we can meet that, and it seemed to be the minimal requirement that public safety could accommodate. The final question was relative to power outages and those sort of things. I mean, for our network technology, we do have dual redundancy and emergency backup power and battery supplies within each one of those. And fortunately, we're trilaterally off of multiple beacons, so if some individual number are down, we're still getting a fix in most of those cases. But with any terrestrial network deployment of any sort, a truly devastating situation will take out the cell phones as well, too. They're not calling. You can't call 911. You don't need the location. So there is that element that is there.
Great. Kirk.
Similar answer. OTDUA is part of the LTE rollout. All the carriers are rolling out LTE, so it's already in course, so there's no more encouragement required. And I concur with Gary's assessment. If there's LTE infrastructure, if the network's functional, and you can dial 911, then OTDUA will work. If it's not functional, then OTDUA is your secondary concern, I think, at that point.
Rob?
Our products exist; they're deployed, so there's nothing needed from a regulatory perspective other than rules to specify indoor accuracy, latency, et cetera. We are, to answer the second question, we are deployed inside the carrier cell sites typically, so as long as the cellular network is up and running, our stuff will work too. If there are things that take down a big portion of the cellular network, then we would have some issues there.
Okay. Tim?
is a company that both deploys technology and also integrates probably pretty much everyone on this table we've worked with in one way or another. Again, I don't think the regulatory issues are a key requirement other than establishing a goal that we feel is the appropriate goal. And both outdoor and indoor to some extent, at least we need to have an understanding, even if it's not a regulatory requirement, at least some guidance as to where we should be shooting. But as far as the second item that you mentioned, I think we're a big believer of all of the above. As we get scenarios where maybe there are, you mentioned Tornado Alley. I also grew up in the Illinois area, so I know what you mean. And having certain types of technologies perhaps deployed in those areas that would help that particular environment that's particularly vulnerable might make sense. And then again, as an all of the above approach, integrating them into the infrastructure we have today, I think is important. The wireless operators are going to be making choices on technology and from various members of this panel and others. And so ultimately, I think it's important to just bring all sorts of innovation to the table and allow the marketplace to sort of dictate what makes sense in various environments, as long as we're working toward a common goal, and let the operators make the right decisions as far as how to balance that cost effectiveness with hitting those goals that are ultimately required of them.
Okay. I'd like to give Carol and David last remarks. The hour's late.
Just quickly, to leverage our technology, you'd want to allow a new access to a new level of mapping data. And maintenance of that new level of mapping data. And you could populate that in two ways. One is, NextNav points out, first responders are very, very willing to pre-plan, and that would allow critical buildings to be quickly mapped. And then consumers map as they use, and they could contribute that data. But you'd have to give the consumers an opportunity to contribute that for this application.
Yeah, I heard your question in two different ways, and I guess the first part I share in common with the other panelists, and that is, for at least for our technology, as long as you're getting cell service, you're connected through the network to our system, and so location isn't impacted at all as long as cell service is maintained. The other part I thought you were asking about was emergency response, disaster response, and in that case, if a location client has a list of subscribers that they're trying to locate, they just need to, submit that to, in our case, the box that we have in the network, and then we generate locations for those. So if an emergency response or disaster response or emergency recovery application were looking to locate people, I think it would be as simple as just supplying a list of subs to our server in the network.
Great. Thank you. I want to thank our presenters for an excellent conversation today. And I also want to thank our morning panel for staying this afternoon. I think it added flavor. So I think with that, it's late unless the Davids have additional comments. I think we're ready to adjourn. I do encourage the continued participation of all those in this room to our record, to our proceeding. Don't be shy. Come to us. This is an iterative process. We need this constant input. So, again, thank you very much, and safe travels.
Thank you.